Chapter 5375. Lin Fei's words really made them feel extremely angry. No one had ever dared to say such things to them. He didn't put the Taishan sect in his eyes at all, especially when he was alone. They had never seen anyone who dared to be so presumptuous here. Based on your tone, I don't know how powerful the Taishan sect is today. You will never know how terrifying the Taishan sect is. The leader of the Taishan sect snorted. With a wave of his hand, thousands of streams of light directly smashed down. A great formation was formed. The great formation directly fell on Lin Fei's body. Then it formed an absolute region. This was a very powerful method of the Taishan sect. Absolute attack. This kind of attack was endless and very fierce. In a short period of time, it turned into a terrible attack. The people of the Taishan sect were used to it. No one had ever been able to withstand it on their side. In the past 3 years, many people had come here, but no one had been able to withstand it. They had been directly destroyed. The current situation was indeed under control. This Lin Fei should never have dared to lead a single person and kill his way over here alone. Didn't this give them a chance to make a move? This was the first time they had encountered such a thing. It can only be said that this Lin Fei guy was too stupid, so stupid that he really thought that his strength was so great. The Taishan sect was not to be trifled with. In such a short period of time, they all thought that this Lin Fei was dead for sure. Even the people around the Taishan sect master thought so. They also thought that this Lin Fei was dead for sure. There would be no accidents. The attack of the Great Formation slowly fell. There was also a faint smile on the face of the Taishan sect master. This kind of trash doesn't even need me to do anything. I can directly kill him. The Taishan sect master really didn't take this person seriously. This guy was destined to die from the moment he came. If he hadn't come, it would have been fine. There seems to be a problem with the sect master. That guy doesn't seem to be impossible. How can he hold on until now? That is our absolute attack. In an instant, not everyone would be able to withstand such an attack. All of a sudden, they saw a figure there. The figure just stood there slowly. Furthermore, they recognized who it was at first glance. It was that Lin Fei. They found it hard to believe that he was fine. He was startled. Was this guy's body really that strong? No matter how powerful a treasure was, it shouldn't be able to withstand it. That all you guys have? That's quite a name. Absolute attack is indeed quite fierce, but in my eyes, it's no different from scratching an itch. Lin Fei smiled. He didn't care anymore. The Taishan sect master's expression finally became even more serious. He finally knew that this guy's strength was indeed very strong. He actually dared to come here alone. No wonder you're a patriarch from the House of Great Void, Xianxia said. You're different. You're very strong. But that was just the appetizer. This is the real deal. I know you can reincarnate your nascent divinity, but this thing of mine will make you realize what despair is. Whoosh. Just like that, the canopy in the sky slowly unfolded. After the sky opened, Lin Fei's figure swooshed into the sky. Then the Taishan sect master also walked in. This was a large river. The Taishan sect master stood in the air, and Lin Fei just stood there. It seemed that his whole body was imprisoned by a special power. Welcome to my absolute space. Here, I am the strongest, and you are the weakest. You can obediently accept your death. A stream of light. Like a spear, it shot over. Faster and faster. Faster and faster. With such methods, I still don't like you. Chapter 5376. This was a special treasure. Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Inside this treasure, he was able to unleash his full strength without limit. On the contrary, he could directly suppress it. In particular, he had lost a certain connection with the reincarnation spirit. It was indeed a very terrifying treasure. In the past, Lin Fei had received some news that the reincarnation emperor had not died. He had arrived in another place. That was the so-called celestial realm. It seemed to be flourishing there. Then, there would definitely be people who would research the corresponding treasure to deal with the reincarnation emperor. He didn't expect it to be used on him first. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't use this reincarnation spirit much now. Otherwise, it would really be a big problem. Even more so, he could feel that the so-called Taishan sect master was using this treasure to support it with spiritual power. Without spiritual power, it would not have been able to display such power at all. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the spear. Then, the spear turned into a sky full of attacks in an instant. I knew you would have this move, but unfortunately, you still underestimated the power of my move. These streams of light became even more fierce, locking onto Lin Fei's body. A faint light appeared around Lin Fei's body, forming a defensive barrier. I've already told you that your methods are completely useless against me. I'll let you see what true methods are. Lin Fei suddenly stretched out a hand. This hand appeared above the Taishan sect master as soon as it was stretched out. Then, he slammed it down heavily. The Taishan sect master's eyes were cold. There was a bang. His whole body smashed into the ground, followed by a loud rumbling sound. The ground was extremely strong. The Taishan sect master's whole body was stuck to the ground. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his life. I was actually slapped down by him. How is this possible? I have spiritual power to protect my body. I have a treasure. How can he touch me? This is impossible. The Taishan sect master was completely confused. How could he not be able to withstand this guy? The Supreme Mystery Sect master turned around and prepared to continue attacking. But a hand was placed on his shoulder. Just one hand. There was a loud rumbling sound. The invincible power immediately burst forth. The Taishan sect master felt as if half of his body was exploding. It was the same even in the depths of his flesh and cells. He couldn't bear it at all. Even his life aura was constantly flowing away. He felt like he was going to die. This fellow's strength was invincible and terrifying. He finally knew why this guy came to the Supreme Profound Sect. His strength was so invincible that even if he used this treasure, it would still be the same. He couldn't suppress this guy at all. His strength was much stronger than he had imagined. In other words, this fellow's body had an incomparably dense amount of magic power. He couldn't guarantee it, but it was definitely much better than him. In the face of this hand, the magic power in his body continuously collapsed. In an instant, it collapsed to the ground. It could be said that in a single exchange, his magic power had disintegrated, and he could not even control this treasure. This was really a big deal. If he had known that this guy was so powerful, the Taishan sect master would never have taken him so lightly. Now, his whole body had fallen into the hands of the other party. The other party wanted to do something to him in just a few minutes. His whole body became extremely depressed and flustered. You win, I admit defeat. This was the only thing he could say at this moment. How much magic power did I use, and you can't take it anymore? Then I'll just completely destroy you. Anyway, it's useless to keep you. Lin Fei's voice was neither light nor heavy, and once again, it scared the Taishan sect master. This guy's heart was in a panic. Originally, his magic power had completely collapsed. He had no strength left. Don't kill me, don't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to control the Taishan sect. I can help you control the Taishan sect and expand your territory. When the two sects merge, I can help you manage it. A beam of light landed on the body of the Taishan sect master. Then I'll just directly control you. Chapter 5377. It was a simple matter for Lin Fei to control the Taishan sect master. After all, this guy was still quite useful. It was not an easy task to control the entire Taishan sect, but with this person, it was completely different. Lin Fei directly walked out of this special space. The people outside were all waiting for the final result. After seeing Lin Fei come out, they were completely dumbfounded. This result was completely different from what they had imagined. However, Lin Fei did not wait for them to do anything. He directly used the power of a punch. This punch contained invincible magic power. It directly swept over their bodies. Even the Taishan sect master could not resist it, let alone these people. Just this punch was like flowing water. One by one, they were swept away. In this instant, dozens of experts could not withstand it and fell to the ground one by one. They were extremely injured. Lin Fei did not idle either. Streams of light directly entered their bodies. In an instant, He had them under his control. The entire Taishan sect was nothing to Lin Fei, and these experts were the most powerful existences among them. With these people under his control, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Coupled with the fact that the Taishan sect master was also under his control, it was naturally different. Just after Lin Fei took control of the Taishan sect, the rankings on the list changed greatly in an instant. Originally, the Taishan sect was ranked in the 600s, but after taking this position, they rushed to the 300s. It was really quite different. This speed of improvement also made many people pay attention to this so-called Taishan sect. Among them was his old opponent, the so-called Endless Abyss. Their ranking was also extremely fast, more than 400. After seeing the ranking of the Taishan sect, he was a little surprised. After checking, he found that the Taishan sect had actually directly jumped from the 600s to the 300s. This really made him feel quite strange. Was the strength of the Taishan sect really that strong? They could actually take down the Taishan sect. Everything could be seen on this list. Therefore, they could naturally see whose ranking had dropped recently. Or rather, which sect had disappeared. The Supreme Mystery sect was gone. Indeed, many people were surprised. Such a powerful existence had actually been captured by the Great Void School. He was indeed very powerful. It would take them half a year to take down the Supreme Profound sect, and they would basically be able to digest it. After digesting it, Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He started to attack the second person. The second to make a move was naturally one of the forces beside him. This was located in the outer region and was considered a very powerful existence. His ranking was also very high. Lin Fei came looking for him. After taking down the Supreme Profound sect, his strength had grown a lot, but Lin Fei still liked to do this kind of thing himself. Besides, he also wanted to see how many experts there were. What kind of abilities did these experts have? The Supreme Mystery Sect's Supreme Mystery Sect leader still disappointed him. This faction was a little too strong. At the very least, in Lin Fei's opinion, they were quite strong. Ranking in the 300s was not bad. Lin Fei would be able to handle it easily. It was quite easy for Lin Fei to make a move against them, and he was able to destroy them easily. In the 4th year, he was ranked in the 300s. In the 5th year, he was ranked in the 200s. In the 6th year, he was ranked in the 178th place. In the 7th year, he was ranked in the 120th place. In the 8th year, he was ranked in the 60th place. In the 9th year, he was ranked in the 50th place. In the 10th year, he was ranked in the 30th place. After arriving here, he didn't improve much. Of course, this kind of improvement speed was also extremely fast. Many powers were dumbfounded. This also caused many powers to take it seriously. The strength of this Taishan sect was really quite strong. They all knew that the Taishan sect had a very powerful guy, which was that Lin Fei. This guy's strength was a little unfathomable. At this point, the 10-year period had just arrived. Chapter 5378. Ranked 30th. In fact, this was within Yi Xian's expectations. It was not too bad. It was more or less satisfying. After all, the people in front are too strong, so the top 3 should be the ones who did not move. The first was the Divine Gate, the second was the Immortal Gate, and the third was the Sacred Gate. These 3 forces were unshakable and stood firm. The rankings were constantly changing, like Lin Fei, who had led the Great Void Sect all the way here. Not many people could stand up to him. Everyone knew that the others in the Great Void Sect were not strong, but with such a top powerhouse in charge, that was different. Even a 2nd revolution, 3rd revolution, 4th revolution, 5th revolution, 6th revolution, 7th revolution, and 8th revolution eternal level powerhouses were no match for this person. It was said that he had mastered even more powerful power. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyone who had fought with him was directly killed by this person, or rather, subdued. Now, there were also many eternal level powerhouses in several revolutions. There were even a few 7th and 8th revolutions. There were hundreds of people in the lower revolutions. That lineup was also very strong. These eternal level powerhouses were not very strong, but if they really fought, the others would not be a match for them. Coupled with the existence of Lin Fei, everyone naturally felt pressure. This pressure was not small. At least, many people really could not beat him. 10 years had passed. Everyone began to look forward to it. The top 100 would be rewarded. As for what the reward would be, no one knew. Now they finally had a chance to see it. Everyone was waiting, especially when the last day arrived. Almost everyone put down what they were doing. After 10 years, the scene would be completely different. At least many people had consolidated their own forces. After their strength was consolidated, not everyone could fight against them. 10 years have passed. The rewards will be given, starting from the 100th place. The voice that belonged to the way of heaven once again appeared in everyone's ears. Although 10 years had passed, it wasn't a long time in everyone's eyes. It was just the blink of an eye. Everyone in the 133rd sect will be rewarded with 100 years of cultivation. 100 years of cultivation. This surprised a lot of people. After all, 100 years of cultivation was not a small amount. All the third-rate sects were instantly boosted. No matter who it was, as long as they belonged to this sect, they would receive 100 years of cultivation. These 100 years of cultivation were very solid, and they could feel that it was different. Unfortunately, they were only rewarded with 100 years. Cultivation reward from rank 100, there were more and more of them. From 100 years to 200 years to 300 years to 400 years. When it reached the 50th place, there were finally some changes. Even Lin Fei could see it clearly. Indeed, there had been many changes. Rank 50, Ice Sect rewards 500 years of cultivation and 100 streams of magic power. From the 50th place onwards, the rewards were very different. This shocked everyone, especially those who knew about magic power. They were even more shocked. This power belonged to a higher level, and it directly hit the sect master of the Ice Sect. In an instant, he felt that his strength had increased. He had also grasped a terrifying power. This was the so-called magic power. Just these 100 strands of magic power had greatly improved his strength in an instant. As for those who didn't get it, they were even more envious. Especially those ranked 51st. They felt that it was a pity. They had completely missed out on an opportunity. They were only one rank away. If they had gotten it, their strength would have definitely increased by a lot. There weren't many people who could control magic power. Those who could control magic power like Lin Fei could be counted on one's fingers. Rank 30, Great Void Sect rewards 3,000 years of cultivation. Reward 300 streams of magic power. This kind of reward didn't mean much to Lin Fei. He could get a lot of these things by signing in. This Heaven's Dao was quite stingy. It was better for him to sign in secretly. This kind of reward, especially the 3,000 years of cultivation, directly increased the strength of the people from the Great Void Sect. They all added the 3,000 years of cultivation to their primordial spirits. They also had a powerful primordial spirit by their side. 3,000 years was equivalent to having another expert like him. Chapter 5379. The reward for the top 30 was already like this. The rewards for the top 30 were even more generous. When it came to the top 3, it made all the factions feel a wave of envy. It really made all of them envious. The rewards of the Heavenly Dao were too generous. Let's talk about magic power. The people below only had 1,000 years of cultivation and 1,000 streams of magic power. But the top 3 actually had 10,000 streams of magic power. This kind of reward was really powerful. It was hard to make everyone feel envious. They were even more afraid of these 3 top existences. They were indeed here to snatch things. Even Lin Fei had to say after seeing it. These people were indeed quite capable. With such means, it was indeed not easy for anyone to take them down, compared to the envy of others. Lin Fei didn't have anything to be envious about. After all, he went to sign in every day, and the magic power in his body was much more than anyone else. So in comparison, the biggest advantage was still Lin Fei. It was just that he didn't go all out this time because he didn't want to be too high profile. After all, if he was too high profile, it would be easy for him to become the target of the enemy. especially these three top-notch existences. They probably felt that they were the most powerful. But in Lin Fei's opinion, no matter how capable they were, there was still a huge gap between them and him. But for now, it was better to keep a low profile. He didn't know what kind of ranking would be after this sect ranking. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. If it was anything else, it would be easy. The rewards were given out. The ranking fell into a short silence. It continued for a few days without any movement. Everyone was waiting, and they weren't in a hurry. It was just the beginning of the sect ranking. In the future, there would definitely be the strength of the individual ranking, or rather, the other rankings. These were the things that they cared about the most. There was no need to be anxious now. Everything was under control. Half a month later, everyone heard the sound of the heaven and earth ranking again. The individual ranking is open. Finally, it was the individual ranking that everyone was looking forward to. This was definitely something that everyone was looking forward to. Those who were ranked in the top 100 within 10 years would receive rewards. Just like before, another 10 years had passed. In other words, everyone was fighting against each other. Those who could hold their ground would naturally be able to improve their ranking. Whoosh! The largest list appeared once again. One by one, the names appeared on the list. Everyone saw that there were only 10,000 places. There was a strange feeling in his heart. Only 10,000 people were chosen. Out of the 10,000, Lin Fei was also searching for his name on the list. After all, he had restrained his strength. He wanted to see how capable the heavenly Tao was. He could sense the change in his strength. After all, Lin Fei had never used his full strength, so it was almost impossible for the heavenly axiom to know his strength. What Lin Fei had to do was very simple. As long as he confirmed his strength, he could try to fight for first place. This person had a huge reward for being the first. Or it could be said that he continued to keep a low profile. Maybe he could just rank in the top 30 or 50. Was 10,000 dermic powers a lot? From Lin Fei's point of view, 10,000 streams of magic power wasn't a lot. It was just that he could earn 123,000 dermic powers every day by signing in. In the past 10 years, the amount of dermic powers he obtained was not an ordinary amount. The first name that everyone saw, that was the first on the ranking. As they had imagined, the first place was actually called God. The second place was called Immortal. The third place was called Sage. All of them only had one name and didn't have any surnames. It was indeed easy for people to remember them. The following words were about the names of these families. The competition seemed to be exceptionally intense. Lin Fei finally found his ranking. His ranking was quite good. He was actually ranked 188th. Chapter 5380. Ranked 188th. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was quite suitable. It wasn't as low as he had imagined. This position was not bad. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to get there. This heaven's path wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He had severely underestimated it. Everyone in the Great Void sect knew that this old man was actually ranked 180th. He was even more overjoyed. Many other powers had also taken notice of this so-called expert from the Great Void sect. He was actually ranked 188th. He was incredibly strong. He was a little different from when they were younger. He was much stronger. After all, to be able to pull the Great Void sect to rank 30th in just 10 short years was naturally not simple. With such strength, it seemed to be within expectations. When the rankings came out, everyone felt what it meant to fight. One could imagine that a battle was about to begin. The higher one's rank was, the more challenges they would face. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Xianxia had also come over immediately. She had received a lot of news. The stronger one was, the more challenges they would face. You don't have to worry about this. After all, even if they come, there's no need to worry too much. I will set up a place outside so that they can experience my strength. Lin Fei understood it better than anyone else. He sliced with one hand. It flattened a mountain peak and then soared through the air to grab at Xianxia. He placed it outside of the Nine Tunes galaxy and turned it into a special arena. This arena was also filled with runes. If he wanted to fight, not everyone would be able to handle it. There was also no need to worry about the power of his attacks spreading in all directions. It also wouldn't affect the Great Void sect in the Nine Tunes galaxy. Right now, the Nine Tunes galaxy was still very powerful. It wasn't a place that anyone could enter easily. Previously, there were people who wanted to barge in, but they were easily stopped. From then on, everyone knew that the Nine Tunes galaxy wasn't so easy to deal with, unless you had the connections and the ability to do so. Otherwise, you can only obediently stand to the side. After the arena was set up, the entire universe became extremely lively. If it was said that it was a confrontation between sects before, then it had now become a fight between individuals. This exchange was clearly a test of one's standard. At the same time, Lin Fei also welcomed a few mysterious experts. When the mysterious experts arrived, they saw the arena outside. He didn't need to look to know what was going on. However, they didn't step onto the stage. Instead, they directly attacked. A loud rumbling sound pressed down on the Nine Tunes galaxy. After 10 years of planning, the Nine Melodies Galaxy River was completely different from before. Anyone who wanted to break the Nine Melodies Galaxy River's great array would have to suffer a lot. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to destroy the Nine Melody Galaxy in a short time. Instead, Lin Fei's figure flew out. He stood outside. You've come all the way here to attack my Nine Melody Galaxy formation. Don't you think that I, Lin Fei, am too weak? Or do you think that I'm a pushover? Lin Fei watched quietly. There were a total of 5 people who came. All 5 of them were dressed in black robes. Clearly, they weren't simple at all. Moreover, all 5 of them were extremely strong. According to the current situation, they should be at the Eternal 9 Revolutions level. The Eternal 9 Revolutions level was naturally not simple. Their strength was exceptionally strong as well. It was only natural that not everyone would be able to withstand their strength. We heard that you're ranked 188th. Naturally, we're not convinced. Hence, we're here to discuss with you whether the 188th place is really that strong. The 5 of us brothers are going to attack. We hope that you can withstand it. The 5 of them spoke in unison. Their voices were all gathered together, sounding like a single person. In an instant, the 5 of them made their move, forming a 5-way formation. Chapter 5381. The 5 of them were quite strong. Especially since they were 5 brothers, they immediately used the 5-direction formation. The 5-direction formation was completely different from the other formations. When they attacked, the techniques that they used could be said to be very strange. In an instant, their strength would skyrocket. They wanted to completely suppress Lin Fei in front of them in a short period of time. That way, they would be able to defeat him. By then, the 5 of them would be ranked 188th. This was the rule of the individual ranking list above the heaven and earth list. It was also the best thing that they could do. They could even see clearly that many people operated in the same way. Whether they could win or not depended on this moment. The moment they attacked, Lin Fei followed suit. He raised his hand, and this hand turned into a huge palm. It was a palm. There was a loud rumble. The 5 experts were slapped into the ground. They didn't stop at all. They couldn't take it. No matter who saw that scene, they would be shocked. Who would have thought that these guys would be seriously injured in such a short period of time? They weren't their match at all. You dare to challenge me with such strength? You're still too weak. Let me send all of you to the heavens in one go. Lin Fei slapped again. This time, there was no more sound after the slap. It could be said that there was no sound at all. When they started, Lin Fei knew what to do. Such a person was nothing more than a probe. In the void, Lin Fei saw many hidden experts. These experts were all here to observe his strength. Lin Fei's strength was indeed very mysterious. And now he had managed to kill off those 5 mysterious experts with a single attack. It was a good lesson for those in the dark. It also made them realize that it wasn't so easy to fight against him. They didn't show themselves again and just left. Even these 5 experts couldn't do it. Then, they could only be super experts. Moreover, they could feel that when the palm was slapped just now, it was clear that there were traces of magic power in it. If they had mana, it would be even more different. Such a person was even more difficult to deal with. Naturally, they could feel it, so they left immediately. Lin Fei thought they would come out. In the end, he realized that these people really didn't have the guts to just leave like that. Lin Fei was happy for nothing. Initially, he thought that these fellows would make a move. If he were to make a move, he would be able to teach them a lesson. In the end, he realized that he was thinking too much. No matter what, Lin Fei knew that there were still many people watching him. Up until now, no one was willing to make a move. Lin Fei wasn't anxious. After all, his strength wasn't something that anyone could shake. The rankings on the individual ranking list were still constantly changing. Among them, Lin Fei was the only one who hadn't made any moves. Lin Fei's name had always been 188. He didn't look for anyone else either. From Lin Fei's point of view, he wasn't anxious at all. Wasn't it just the top 100? It was really a simple matter. Didn't he just have 10 years? Every day, he would go to the heaven and earth ranking to sign in, and then come back to see the changes on the ranking list. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. The most important thing was that the 3 people in front of him didn't change at all. These 3 people were the people that Lin Fei wanted to understand the most. Moreover, there was almost no news about these 3 forces. It was as if they were special existences. They were definitely here to grind for their existence. They were here to grind for the special reward. This was something that could be seen clearly. In the first year, someone came to look for Lin Fei and was killed by him. In the second year, someone came to look for him. The third year was the same. In the next few years, some experts would come to look for Lin Fei from time to time. Lin Fei didn't show much strength, but his name slowly began to rise. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the 120th place. Many people were surprised by this. The 9th year, Lin Fei knew that he could finally move around. Chapter 5382. In the 9th year, Lin Fei's name was already at the 120th position. He felt that it was time for him to make a move. He decided to pull his ranking up a bit. He planned to look for the powerhouses in front of him this year. After signing in for another 10 years, Lin Fei's strength improved to the point that even he didn't know how strong he had become. In any case, he felt that even if he found the number 1 god, the number 2 immortal, the number 3 sage seemed to be able to put up a fight. He might even be able to crush them. Lin Fei didn't plan to be in a hurry. After all, the higher the ranking, the greater the influence. Of course, the more attention it would attract. Even recently, there were some powerhouses constantly spying on him in the void. It was the same even now. Lin Fei's figure directly walked into the void. His voice fell into the ears of some of the powerhouses in the void. I know that you guys have been observing me, wanting to know what level my strength has reached so that you can challenge me. Now that I'm here, you guys can test how strong you are. All of them were indeed spying on this so-called expert from the Great Void Sect. In other words, it was Lin Fei. They wanted to see how strong this guy was. They wanted to see how strong he was. After all, this Lin Fei was completely different from the others. His strength was very mysterious. If they could spy on his strength at this time, it would be for the best. Clatter. Lin Fei directly punched out. After this punch came out, a power that was like flowing water instantly washed away all the way. It was so fast. It was so fast that no one present had time to react. In the void, there were more than 10 powerhouses. These powerhouses were all at the 9 revolutions, eternal realm. They were very powerful. But at this moment, this power blew past them. Their thoughts were plunged into endless darkness. At this moment, it fully reflected how strong Lin Fei was. Lin Fei shook his head and left once again. You guys can't even withstand a single attack from me. Looks like you guys aren't the strongest. Lin Fei did not know what the ranking would be like, but it did not affect him at all. He already had it. This was the name of an expert ranked 10th. This time, Lin Fei planned to run to the 10th place to have a look. 10th place was a pretty good ranking. It was also a division. At the very least, it was obvious from the heaven and earth rankings. There seemed to be a huge gap between the 10th and 11th place. Lin Fei was ready to be the low-key 10th. The 10th place expert was an expert from clan. This expert seemed to have come down from above as well. He was very powerful. This person was also constantly moving in the universe. This was also a common practice for many people. Only by doing this could they continuously improve their strength. Therefore, everyone kept changing places. They wouldn't stay in the same place for too long. For Lin Fei, it was not difficult to find such a person. It could even be said that it was quite easy. Swoosh! Lin Fei's figure appeared in the middle of a dangerous place. In this dangerous place, Lin Fei did not feel any aura, but he knew that there was an expert hiding here. It was the expert ranked 10th that he was going to deal with this time. This expert was called Lei Shan. He was quite powerful, and he used a special method to hide in this place. This was some of the abilities that Lin Fei could exchange for when his magic power reached a very high level. This was the so-called Great Fate skill that he had learned before. Anyone who was related to him, the stronger he was, the more he could naturally feel a certain location. Then, this person hid here. Chapter 5383. Lei Shan's methods were really amazing. He wasn't like the others who kept on hiding. He hid in a more dangerous place. Not everyone could find such a dangerous place. Moreover, he had used a powerful treasure, so basically no one would be able to track him down. Lin Fei was the only one who had a problem. He found his way over. Walla walla! Streaks of power spread out. After the power spread out, the space started to collapse. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing left, with Lin Fei at the center. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing left intact. At that moment, a person chased after him. After this person chased, there was a huge patch of black shadows. These black shadows were actually meteor beads. They exploded around Lin Fei. The situation was really quite mysterious. The other party's cold voice spread out. To be able to find my hiding place, it seems like you aren't a nobody. Tell me your name. Lei Shan had been hiding here for a long time. Basically, no one had been able to find this place in the past 2 years. He was quite at ease. He was already ranked 10th, and the names behind him kept moving. Of course, more people were searching for his tracks. Fortunately, he had a powerful treasure which allowed him to break free from this world. Unless it was a top treasure or a top expert, no one would be able to find his tracks. Lei Shan was really at ease. Now, he realized that he had been found. This person was really young, and he didn't know him. He felt a little weird. He was filled with disdain. So what if he could find his way here? Just now, he used the famous Destruction Star bead. This thing wasn't simple. No matter who was attacked by it, they were dead. Moreover, he used 20 of them just now. To deal with a strong enemy, he would use a huge method to send them away. Would he want something to happen? He didn't have many of these things. The last time he used it, he only used 5. An expert like this killed a 9th revolution expert. Now that he had used 20 of them in one go, it didn't matter how strong he was. In the end, he was still killed by him. The power of the bead swept out in an instant. It was truly like a torrent. The center instantly turned into a black hole. Lei Shan felt that it was a pity that he couldn't see anything. He had to move to another place. It wasn't easy for him to find a safe place, but he was found again. Most importantly, he had no idea how he had leaked his whereabouts. This was the most crucial point. He couldn't be bothered to ask. In any case, there weren't many people like this. He reckoned that they had some kind of secret treasure. As long as he was eliminated, there would be no problem. You think you can kill me just like that? I think you'd better use some other methods. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance once I make my move. Amidst such attacks, a figure walked out. It was Lin Fei. He looked at the Thunder Mountain in front of him with a smile. He crooked his finger. Since you're fine. Lei Shan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like things were a little troublesome. This fellow actually didn't die. This was a famous and terrifying weapon of mass destruction. He had paid a huge price to obtain it. This fellow was actually fine. One must know that Lei Shan was quite cunning. Even if someone came, he would rarely make a move and would just use treasures. If he could use treasures to solve the problem, he definitely wouldn't do it himself. This was Lei Shan's principle. Of course, he had a certain degree of freedom in the circle. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough wealth. This move was not something that just anyone could pull off. Lei Shan was indeed quite open-minded, but now he realized that he was in trouble. Flying Celestial Blade. I'll kill you. Chapter 5384. Lei Shan's methods were much stronger than normal people's. For example, after this treasure flew out, it formed a streak of light. It circled around Lin Fei's body. This circle formed a terrifying attack power. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's soul power protecting the area, just this one move was enough to instantly split his body into two. This treasure was really terrifying. He reached out and grabbed. The treasure landed in his hand. It was a dagger. This dagger was really different. It was gold in color and gave off an invincible sharp aura. Even if his hand grabbed and the soul power around was smashed away, it couldn't stop Lin Fei's soul power. It was as if nothing had happened. It seems like you have many treasures on you. Voila! The flying dagger flew back to him. When he flew back, Lei Shan's heart skipped a beat. He could actually grab the flying dagger. The flying dagger was a really strong treasure. If one wasn't careful, one's life would be taken. At that moment, he was actually unable to control the flying dagger. It was as if a mysterious power was suppressing it. In an instant, it pierced through his body. Even if he wore armor and had soul power to protect his body, he couldn't block it at all. The other party's strength was very strong, and he was directly injured. Your soul power is actually thicker than mine. Voila! Lei Shan left. One must know that he had a lot of soul power too, a total of 5,000. That wasn't a small amount. However, it was pierced through by Lin Fei's attack. He knew that the person in front of him was really terrifying and strong. He turned around and fled. Following that, he leaped into the void. This fellow was also very powerful. Once he realized that he wasn't a match for him, he left right away. Just as he was jumping, a hand chased him. Just like that, a hand caught up to him and landed on his body. Lei Shan knew that he was done for. His opponent's power was so vast that he was like an ant. He was torn apart and fell into endless darkness. This was also the first time Lin Fei had used magic power to attack someone. This magic power was indeed very powerful. Even if the other party kept on escaping, as long as his strength was strong enough to lock onto the other party, he would be able to turn the other party into ashes with a single move. Lei Shan's strength was indeed formidable, especially his magic power, which was no less than a few thousand. He could form a strong defense, but in front of Lin Fei, he was just unlucky. He was no match for them at all. He was immediately taken down. After taking down the Thunder Mountain, Lin Fei knew that his ranking had skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had jumped to 10th place. After all, Lei Shan was ranked 10th. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei's ranking had changed, and many people noticed it. Especially those in the top 15, all of them were aiming for the 10th position. But Lei Shan was nowhere to be found in a short period of time. Now they were all shocked. Oh my God, Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect actually made it to 10th place. He's too fast. I haven't even found Lei Shan yet, and he's already here. What should I do? This guy is quite mysterious. He actually killed Lei Shan so quickly. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and find this Lin Fei. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity, his time will recover, and the two of them will definitely fight to the death. Many people realized that this was an opportunity. This time, they would be able to take 10th place. Many people were moving at high speed. All of them used top-notch treasures to jump around. After killing Lei Shan, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He knew that people would find him soon. There was no need to doubt the abilities of these strong people. The commotion just now was not small, and Lin Fei didn't intentionally block it. It was only a matter of time before they found this place. Taking advantage of this time, he could also make a good appearance and let everyone know that he was concerned about his ranking. It wouldn't be easy. He would have to pay with his life. Chapter 5385. So. Many people came over just like that. As soon as the commotion started, someone noticed it immediately. Not to mention, they all wanted to know what was going on. One must know that for his ranking to rise so high, he had definitely killed that so-called Lei Shan. If he still didn't come at this time, who knew what would happen? Very quickly, two figures arrived at this place. As soon as they arrived at this place, they knew what was going on. They sensed the so-called Lei Shan's aura. Lei Shan's aura was long gone, which meant that Lei Shan's aura was killed right away. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Just as they had imagined, Lei Shan was indeed killed by someone. Then they saw a figure in the room. This person was quite young. His voice was really loud, but it made them feel different. This person was probably Great Void Sex Lin Fei. That was the only explanation. They couldn't come up with any other reason. You killed Lei Shan. The two of them asked one sentence before joining hands to attack. They were quite smart. No matter what, they would attack first. If they didn't attack now, who knew what would happen? They were really quick, and in the blink of an eye, they used their techniques. The moment they used it, it was blocked by the body protection. This was the so-called dermic body protection. It was really strong. Naturally, it wasn't something that could be easily broken. Just this method alone made the hearts of the two top powerhouses sink in an instant. They actually found a way to break it. This made them really confused. The two of them quickly knew what it was. This was the so-called dermic power. This fellow's dermic power was really thick. To everyone, those above the 9 refinement realm were experts with dermic power. They were rewarded with dermic power during the sect rankings. Some of them were more or less faster than others. Now, one could compare them here. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible. With dermic power, one's strength would become really strong. The two of you are still too weak. Let me send you on your way. Lin Fei laughed and attacked right away. Just like that, it slipped past their bodies. The magic power was like the shadow of a sword, instantly causing their life and death to disappear. Their magic power was not considered strong, so they could not resist the method of magic power gathering. The surroundings quietened down once more. He casually took their storage rings. Then, he continued to wait. He wanted to see how many experts would come this time. He could kill all of them in one go. This way, there wouldn't be too much trouble. He didn't want to be constantly besieged. After these two people arrived, another person came over in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with the smell of blood. He was startled. This place did not seem to be the scene of 1 or 2 battles. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who died. They weren't too worried. After all, there were 3 or 4 of them. 3 or 4 people would naturally be different, but they would definitely be able to capture the other party. Moreover, they were not weak either. All of them had cultivated magic power. One could imagine what the situation was like. Naturally, it was not so easy to hurt them. They didn't talk so much and just attacked right away. Their methods were quite fierce, one move after another. They were fast and accurate. After all, they had more people, a total of 5 of them. The methods of these 5 people were naturally not simple. In addition, if they went all out, not many people could deal with them. When they attacked, they felt a little different. No matter how they attacked, they felt that they couldn't take down the person in front of them. The person in front of them was more terrifying than they had imagined. His strength was also stronger. Chapter 5386. Batch after batch of experts came over. The speed of these experts was still very fast. With the help of treasures, they were really ahead of everyone else. However, when they came, they smelled blood in the air. However, the smell of blood didn't make them retreat. Instead, all of them were solemn. They were even more excited. It was only at this moment that he had the best opportunity. No matter how they attacked, it would be the same. From start to finish, they couldn't do anything to this person. Anyway, they were the ones who suffered a huge loss. They even regretted coming over. They finally understood why there was so much blood around. It was all left behind by these people. They weren't strong enough. Hence, they were killed. After knowing that this was the result, they truly felt regret. This regret wasn't a normal one. If they were given another chance, they definitely wouldn't have come over. Lin Fei didn't know how many experts he had killed. To him, as long as they came, they could forget about going back. He wasn't the kind of person who would let them off. He would kill them first to make them regret. More and more people came. However, after these people came, they didn't have a good ending. They were killed right away. After they were killed, they left a bloody smell on the ground. At the start, they were really quick. Slowly, their speed started to slow down. They were really slow. They were slow because they sensed danger. They also received some notifications. They didn't dare to get close anymore. On the contrary, those who had been hiding in the distance naturally knew what the situation was like. At this moment, they really couldn't come over. If they came over, they would really be dead. 183. Lin Fei killed another 3 experts. These 3 were all experts with spiritual power. Their spiritual power wasn't that strong. They were basically around the same level. In front of him, there wasn't any difference. In a short while, he didn't sense any auras coming over. Of course, there were still some in the distance. However, he was too lazy to deal with them, so he turned around and left. 183 experts. That was a total of 183 places. Some were high and some were low. For many people, their positions rose up randomly. All of a sudden, they didn't know what had happened. The onlookers all sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't dare to believe what was going on. Is this Lin Fei? His strength is simply too ferocious. We can't beat him at all. I think we should just give up completely. If we don't give up now, all of us will die for sure. There were still many people observing from the void. He didn't dare to get too close. The scene in front of him was truly terrifying. It was so scary that they didn't dare to do anything. If they could, they wanted to get as far away from him as possible. Just now, they did not dare to move. They were afraid that they would be killed if they moved. It was better to be honest. Now that the other party had left, they immediately retreated without saying a word. If they didn't retreat now, they would simply be courting death, the kind that truly died without a burial place. One could imagine how powerful Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect was. He was already so strong that he didn't show any mercy when he attacked. His combat power was exceptionally strong. He didn't use any treasures, but from the beginning to the end, not many people could beat this guy. His strength was truly ferocious. News of the Great Void Sect's expert reaching 10th place spread quickly. The news quickly spread, and everyone felt a burst of surprise. Of course, most of it was because of the news of hundreds of experts falling. It caused an uproar. The sects all realized that this Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect was a tiger in disguise. He was actually so strong. He had unknowingly grasped so much spiritual power. What the hell? How were they supposed to fight him in the future? They couldn't beat him at all. Chapter 5387. There wasn't much change in the individual rankings. Of course, the biggest change was Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect. His ranking had risen rather quickly. After coming up to 10th place, there was basically no movement. Anyone who had any thoughts about it didn't dare to challenge him. There were too many people who had died. There were dozens and even hundreds. None of them were a match for him. It was as if his strength was unfathomable. Such a situation wasn't something that everyone wanted to see. In any case, no one would be willing to challenge him for a while. On the other hand, Lin Fei's side was a lot more relaxed. He wasn't like the others, instead finding a place to hide. He was swaggering around the Great Void Sect. With the help of the powerful formation of the Nine Melodies Galaxy, it was not a place that anyone could barge in easily. The happiest ones were the disciples of the Great Void Sect. All of them were very excited. Their ancestor had finally made it to 10th place. The 10th place was an incomparable glory. It was not something that anyone could resist. Lin Fei had been waiting for the experts in front to come over. After thinking about it, he was a little surprised that no one could make it. It seemed like they were still very wary of his strength. On the other hand, the experts of the sect were all very excited. The highest ranked one had to be Xianxia. Xianxia's ranking was still very high, but it was still a little low in Lin Fei's eyes. Right now, he was just in the 8,000 range. This ranking wasn't high, but compared to many people, it couldn't make it to the top 10,000. Naturally, this ranking of more than 8,000 was different. Lin Fei was wondering if he should bring Xianxia out to level up. After all, with him by her side, things would be different. He had observed it. Some of the individual rankings had jumped a lot. These names seemed to have increased a lot in an instant, and this increase was indeed very different from the past. Lin Fei thought about it for a while and knew what was going on. Perhaps they had done all sorts of things. After all, this ranking didn't have any rules. Or 3 to 5 people working together. Or one person working alone. The others were assisting from the side. Or it could be said that this person was defeated and then someone else attacked and killed him. In that case, he would naturally be considered as the last person. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Fei had never tried it himself. He felt that it was possible, so he prepared to take a look. If he didn't take a look now, he didn't know when he would be able to. There was not much time left. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to find a few experts. Thus, he brought Chu Qingqing out of the Great Void Gate. Chu Qingqing didn't know at the start. When Lin Fei intercepted an expert ranked in the top 1,000, Chu Qingqing knew what he meant. Lin Fei was able to severely injure this person. Then, Chu Qingqing made her move. Chu Qingqing went all out and killed her opponent. Her ranking instantly shot up. This speed of improvement was indeed quite fast. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this speed. He knew that he had finally found the trick. It turned out that there were still some tricks in this ranking. For example, he could go and sign in. It could be considered trick. Patriarch, will we offend the heavenly Tao by doing this? You have to know that this individual ranking is also under the heavenly Tao. Chu Qingqing knew a lot of things. She was more or less worried. Lin Fei was very casual. Don't worry about that. Everyone else is doing this. We're just doing as the Romans do. The heavenly Tao will definitely turn a blind eye to this. Chu Qingqing was also convinced by her patriarch's words. However, she also had a lot of expectations for her ranking to rise. The top 1,000 is too weak. I'll bring you to the stronger ones. Chapter 5388. After the first experiment was a success, Lin Fei was looking forward to the next few experiments. He had to push Chu Qingqing up first. After all, the rewards for being on the human list were quite generous. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Chu Qingqing was different. With these rewards, her strength would increase by leaps and bounds, especially with the support of magic power. Her combat strength would increase. A 9-revolution eternal realm was strong, but it was different when she met a so-called magic power expert. There was another small realm in the universe. This was the so-called magic power realm. This was a rather simple term. Magic power was different. It contained terrifying means, and not everyone could understand it. To give Chu Qingqing a chance to get this reward, Lin Fei obviously had to do this. He couldn't stay in the Great Void Sect forever. Once Chu Qingqing's strength increased, then things would be different. There were only a few months left before the 10-year deadline. Even if it was a few months, it was still very easy for Lin Fei. He brought Chu Qingqing into one place after another. They were only looking for hidden experts. These people were quite smart. They knew to hide in some dangerous places, which was more suitable for Lin Fei to attack. His first move was to beat the man half to death. Even his strength was suppressed to an unlimited extent. The primordial spirit formation wasn't a joke. Their injuries were suppressed once again. If Chu Qingqing attacked again, she would have a huge advantage. From 1,000 to 800, and then to 300, and finally to 200. Then, it reached the 150th place. This speed of improvement was quite fast. It only took him 2 months to do so. But for the people on the list, they felt a lot of pressure. They weren't idiots. They all knew what was going on. It was very likely that Lin Fei helped Chu Qingqing to improve by leaps and bounds. It seemed like she was going to break through to the 100th place. As for the people in front, they instantly shivered in fear. It wasn't easy for them to get to this place. Lin Fei was such a terrifying guy. Didn't that mean that this name wouldn't be able to sit still? After trying a few times, Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Once again, he brought Chu Qingqing into an even more majestic secret realm. The mystic realm was divided into 9 levels, from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was the highest floor. The 1st floor was the easiest. After passing through 6 trials and killing 5 generals, one would arrive at the 9th floor. As soon as they arrived at the 9th floor, many experts appeared. These experts immediately activated a treasure, seemingly wanting to transfer Lin Fei away into the boundless space. You've thought of quite a good way to deal with me, but unfortunately, I'm not as simple as you think. As soon as the treasure landed on Lin Fei's body, he broke it with a punch. Those people were unable to control their treasures, and their faces turned pale. It turned out to be a few experts who were ranked around 100. At this moment, their faces were pale. When they saw the changes on the individual ranking list, they were all terrified. It was almost the last 10 years, but someone still found him, especially when Lin Fei came looking for him. This was to help the disciples of the Great Void School. It was this Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing's rise in ranking was considered fast, and it was hard for them not to remember her. You know that I'm coming, but you still want to transfer me away. It's a pity that your treasures are too weak." Lin Fei shook his head. Just one punch. This punch directly injured all of them. These people were relatively weak, even though they had all reached the mana realm. They didn't have much mana in their bodies. His primordial spirit also opened up, suppressing their strength. It was Chu Qingqing's turn. "Great Void School's Lin Fei. You really know how to play. These people were clearly targeted by us first, and you actually beat us to it." Without any warning, a few more people charged in from the void. These people were young, and of course, there were a few older ones. Their gazes all fell on Lin Fei. They had also brought people here to increase their ranking. Scram. Scram as far as you can. Chapter 5389. He didn't need to be polite to these people and just chase them away. If he didn't chase them away, who knew how many more benefits they would gain here? Lin Fei wasn't polite at all. He chased all of them away. After they slashed, their faces changed. Without saying a word, they ran. They ran as far as they could, not daring to stop at all. They could feel how terrifying the attacks inside were. They were incomparably ferocious. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. There was actually such a dangerous existence here. After they left, Lin Fei brought Chu Qingqing to continue to level up. Just this ranking alone wasn't enough. He had to continue leveling up. The further he could go, the more. That was the key. There wasn't much time left. There weren't many experts here, so it was easy for Lin Fei. Very quickly, Chu Qingqing's ranking rose once more. He directly rushed into the top 100. Once she was within the top 100, it was totally different. Many people noticed and scolded Great Void Sex Lin Fei for being too shameless. He actually used such a method. He was obviously taking a shortcut. Then how were they going to let their own people's ranking rise? They definitely couldn't. However, they didn't dare to do anything. It was said that a few experts went over and were chased away. What could they do? They couldn't do anything at all. They could see it clearer than anyone else. This scared some of the experts in front of them quite badly. After all, such a strong person had appeared. Naturally, their ranking would be affected. However, they didn't have anywhere to hide. It seemed like no matter where you hid, even this Lin Fei was able to find your hiding place. That was a little terrifying. Under such circumstances, Chu Qingqing's name kept rising. In the end, it reached 65. Only then did it slowly stop. Lin Fei didn't plan to attack anymore, because if he did, the people in front probably wouldn't be able to sit still. When that happened, it wouldn't be good. Such a name wasn't bad. Chu Qingqing felt like she was dreaming. He actually managed to get to the 65th place. So many people couldn't come up, but he came up just like that. The old ancestor was still mighty and domineering. In the following days, just stay by my side. As long as you stay by my side, you'll be able to maintain your ranking. Otherwise, those guys will definitely not let it go. They'll definitely cause trouble for you. After Lin Fei dealt with another expert, he said to Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing naturally knew what to do at this time. Naturally, there was no threat if she followed him. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. He brought Chu Qingqing back to the Great Void Sect. However, along the way, a few voices could be heard. After more than a dozen figures walked out, the world instantly changed. Then, a huge formation appeared with a rumbling sound. It was actually a formation. Just like that, they were trapped inside. Lin Fei, aren't you being too excessive? You've even chased the people in front of you away. As long as you hand over Chu Qingqing today, everything will be fine. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place so easily. One figure after another stood out. These voices were actually from some experts. They were all experts who were ranked in the top hundreds. Their people's names were suppressed, and some of their sex experts were even killed. Naturally, they couldn't take this lying down. They were here to cause trouble. No matter what, they had to let Lin Fei know about this. They weren't so easy to bully. Lin Fei looked at them quietly. If it's just you guys, I don't think it's enough. Who knows if there are more? If there are more, then let's send more. Indeed, these people were not weak. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, they were just SOSO. He did not take them seriously. Chapter 5390. They did indeed come for Lin Fei. Of course, they wanted to deal with Chu Qingqing. This was a moving ranking. 65th. 65th naturally wasn't a small ranking. If they took him down, they would naturally enter the top 100. What could be easier than that? So, they came over and used the formation. They had spent a lot of effort and methods on this. But after hearing what you said, they were really annoyed. This fellow really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He actually dared to be so arrogant in such a situation. The few of us are enough. You just have to behave yourself. In the blink of an eye, they attacked. But this time, they didn't dare to get close. Everyone knew how strong Lin Fei was. He directly used the method of the formation. The formation was much more powerful, and it was directed at Chu Qingqing. As for Lin Fei, he just had to restrict her for a while, and they would be successful. Naturally, they would destroy Chu Qingqing. When the time came, it would depend on luck. But no matter what, no one had any objections. At this moment, they headed straight for Chu Qingqing. Lin Fei waved his hand, and his powers appeared above Chu Qingqing's head. It formed a strong defense. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. Chu Qingqing was unharmed like nothing had happened. On the contrary, Lin Fei walked out step by step. You dare to use such small tricks to embarrass yourself. I'll just send all of you to your doorstep. He used his strong divine ability. His methods were really strong. With a crash, the surrounding space collapsed and formed an invincible black hole. Even the formation that had been set up in the void was instantly shattered into pieces. It was the same for those who controlled it. Their blood and energy started to boil. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were injured. They couldn't withstand the power of the space collapsing. It swept over, and the surroundings instantly became silent. Look at how simple it is. How can you ambush me? Aren't you just asking to die? Don't you know my strength? So what if he used a formation? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Chu Qingqing knew how powerful her old ancestor was. Even the array formation was useless. Just a layer of magic power to protect his body was enough to make him look like this. He was truly invincible. As expected of an expert from the Great Void sect, his methods are truly ferocious. To be able to rank 10th, he is indeed not someone we can compare to. A figure walked out of the collapsed void. His magic power formed a layer of defense, blocking these follow-up effects. It was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache. He was quite handsome. He looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. He was shocked. He had been in the vicinity for a long time, but he wasn't that far away. He was in a place that he felt was safe. However, they didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to be even more terrifying than they had imagined. With just one move, he had defeated all of them. Are you here to fight me too? If you want to fight with me, then I can fulfill your wish. After all, I quite like to fight with others. Of course, I like to help those who overestimate themselves. Lin Fei was also beaming. The mustached middle-aged man also laughed. I don't have any intention of fighting with you. I just came out to take a look. These people have mental problems. Even if they die, they will die in vain. I would like to cooperate with you, my friend. Work together. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. This person was quite different. They all wanted to kill Chu Qingqing. He actually wanted to work together. Go another way? At the very least, this mustached, middle-aged man did look somewhat intelligent. Chapter 5391. Lin Fei was quite surprised that this person came to cooperate with him. The two of them quickly changed places. This place wasn't very obvious, but it was quite quiet. This person didn't use any tricks. Perhaps he knew that even if he used any tricks, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was better to cooperate. Only by cooperating could they achieve a win-win situation. You also know that the heaven and earth lists' individual rankings can be stuck. If you and I cooperate, we will naturally be able to get a lot of good things. This middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache understood this thing quite well. Even Lin Fei knew that this thing could be stuck for a while, let alone others. I'm quite curious. Why should I help you? After all, I think that I alone am enough to cooperate. There's no need to cooperate with many others. The others might not be my match, don't you think so? In Lin Fei's opinion, there had to be something special about this person who had come all the way here to seek cooperation. He wasn't in a hurry. He would only know more if he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Fei smiled. He wasn't surprised at all. Of course, I know that I can't just come to you casually. That's why I prepared something good for you. The middle-aged man really took out something. When this thing was taken out, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This thing was very rare. It was a very special thing. This special item was indeed quite rare, and it made everyone's eyes light up. This was a piece of information, although it didn't seem very eye-catching. Although this information didn't seem eye-catching, it was still quite interesting to Lin Fei. This was some information about the heaven and earth list. If it wasn't for the words on it, it was really unbelievable that there was actually such a thing. Especially when this person took it out, it was even more different. There are only a few people who have the information. Now, only the few of us have it. The others don't have it at all. Therefore, if you and I cooperate, you will know how to set up a trap. The others are already starting to set up a trap. Although the Heaven and Earth board was a very strange thing, Lin Fei could more or less guess what it was. This thing definitely had something to do with the top, not the bottom. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei could more or less sense it. This thing came from somewhere else, which meant that it was connected to the higher-ups. In that case, there would definitely be some forces that would know about it, such as the number one god, the second ranked immortal, Saint, who was ranked third. These were the best proof, and they'd already set them up here without anyone noticing. But why did Lin Fei's eyes light up when he saw it just now? This thing was indeed quite shocking. There was actually such a thing. It seemed that the upper echelons had indeed known a lot of things in advance, and he had only found out about it relatively late. The thing you're going to cooperate with is really eye-catching. I just don't know how you're going to cooperate with me. Of course, Lin Fei had to have that information in his hands. If he didn't have it in his hands, he would feel that it was a pity. After all, he could also set it up in advance. It's quite simple. I have two people that I want to send up. I have already inquired about the specific situation. I just need Taoist fellows' help. The two of them just need to get into the top 100. It won't take too long. Some of them are difficult to deal with, and time is tight. But with Taoist Lin's help, it'll be different. His words were quite direct. He also knew that it wasn't an easy thing to ask such a person to help. Yet he took out such a good thing. Lin Fei also completely understood that this guy actually wanted to snatch a ranking. Moreover, he wanted to snatch a ranking so directly. However, this gift really made people's eyes light up. You're quite well prepared, but since you've given me this information, I can make my move. Chapter 5392. If it was any other information, you wouldn't be interested. However, this one was different. He was really interested. After chatting with this guy for a while, he started to take action. This person really had some tricks up his sleeves. Lin Fei brought Chu Qingqing with him. If Chu Qingqing wasn't with him, he wouldn't be at ease. With Lin Fei's help, it would be very simple. Coupled with the information they had, it would be a piece of cake for them to find anyone. He easily found them and then directly raised their ranking. The speed at which it was raised wasn't ordinary. At least in his opinion, it was pretty good. In just a short period of time, the matter was settled. It was much easier than he had imagined. Their ranking also quickly rose, directly rushing to the position they wanted. The middle-aged man was the happiest one. Being able to invite him over was the best thing he could do. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. He gave the information to Lin Fei. This is the information. Take a look at it yourself. I believe it will be of great help to you. However, you have to be careful of those three forces. They are not easy to deal with. They will make a move against you. Many people were supported by them. If you're not careful, you will be easily targeted by them. It can even be said that it will be very dangerous. This was a reminder from the middle-aged man before he left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known. You know why I want to help them. After they left, Lin Fei brought Chu Qingqing to a new place. Chu Qingqing had gained a lot of knowledge along the way. Of course, she was more curious. I really don't know. Is it to create conflict? After all, everyone knows that I took a shortcut. Now that someone took a shortcut, it will attract attention. She was really smart. In a short period of time, she knew what was going on. That's the effect. The effect should be pretty good. Everyone will notice it. Everyone wants to take a shortcut. That's why this person dared to look for me and even took out such a gift. Let's see what the next ranking list will be like. Lin Fei moved to another place. He set up a series of means around it before he managed to open it. There was indeed a seal on it. This seal was added by Lin Fei himself. He was just afraid that something had been done to it. Fortunately, the seal on it did not change at all. He could finally see what was inside. After opening the scroll, there was indeed some information. This information also shocked Lin Fei. Then, in the blink of an eye, this information disappeared without a trace. This was a one-time use document. After reading it, it would disappear without a trace. Lin Fei engraved him in his heart. Only Chu Qingqing could feel that there was something different in that instant, as if she had seen something. Chu Qingqing did not ask, nor did she dare to ask. However, she knew that this news was definitely not small. It should be a rather important piece of news. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day. Lin Fei could finally relax. Up until now, nothing had happened. The people from that side hadn't come over. That was enough. They were from the top few powers. Naturally, the top few powers were different. If they didn't come, then Lin Fei wouldn't care. He would destroy as many as they came. It was really easy. The personal list was finally up. Then, he heard a voice. The 10-year period for the personal list is up. The rewards will be given out. Everyone was looking forward to the rewards. It was really important. Chapter 5393. The reward was finally here. For them. Nothing makes them feel more expectant than this. Only the top 1,000 could get this reward. The people behind didn't even have the right to get it. If it was anything else, they wouldn't care. But this reward was different. Only with such a small ranking could they get the reward. Rank 1,000. True Lord Lihua. Reward. 100 years of lifespan. Reward. 100 strands of mana. The reward was the same as before. The only difference this time was that the reward was personal, which meant that one person could get the so-called mana. Magic power was definitely a rather domineering power. After getting it, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He became a powerhouse in the mana realm in one leap. Even if one only had one strand of mana, one would still be considered a mana realm expert. Not to mention now, one could get 100 strands at once. Those who couldn't reach this rank could only watch helplessly. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit, and one would get the mana. If it was magic power, then it would be completely different. This was what truly existed. Every ranking would increase one's lifespan and magic power. The further forward, the more magic power the reward was, the more people looked forward to it. In just a short while, it would be on them. They were still a little unhappy in their hearts because their names had indeed been kicked off the list. They were pushed up by quite a bit. One of them was Great Void Sex Lin Fei. This made them feel even more furious. However, they didn't dare to say much. He was already a rank 10 expert. One could say that he was a true super expert. Who could take him down? Unless the top 10 attacked. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to. The rewards were continuously given out. In the blink of an eye, it was Chu Qingqing's turn. Chu Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Was it finally her turn? Rank 65, Chu Qingqing, reward, 1,000 years of lifespan. Reward, 650 strands of mana. The amount of mana she got was huge. In one go, it allowed Chu Qingqing's strength to increase greatly. Walala walala. He could clearly feel the changes within. Lin Fei, who was at the side, smiled. He had not worked for nothing. He had gained something. Then, there were more rewards. In the blink of an eye, it was Lin Fei's turn. He only got 10th place. He didn't make it to the first few places. For him, getting 10th place was more or less enough. Rank 10, Lin Fei, reward, 1,000 streams of magical energy. Reward, 2,000 years of lifespan. 100 merit points. It was not much different from the other rewards. There was only one last thing that shocked many people. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why they had to come down early. Things like magic power and lifespan were not essential. However, this thing was different. It was actually the so-called merit. He had actually obtained 100 merit points. 1,000 streams of magic power landed on his body and were instantly swallowed by the magic power in his body. As for lifespan, there was no need to even mention it. However, there was a lump of merit. He appeared in front of Lin Fei. This ball of Jingguang exuded the aura of virtue. This was a very different kind of power. He heard the sound again. When you collect enough merit points, you can exchange them for what you want at the Heaven and Earth board. His words fell directly into the ears of many people. Before, everyone was looking forward to seeing Lin Fei from the Great Void sect. But now, things are different. Merit could actually be exchanged for good stuff from the Heavenly Tao, which was also known as the Heaven and Earth list. This made people feel quite different. It was definitely an unbelievably good thing. No wonder everyone was fighting for a ranking. Chapter 5394. Lin Fei smiled in his heart. He had obtained a set of information previously. As for what would happen next, he was a little clear. It seemed like the information was correct, and that was really the case. They were really giving out the so-called merit points. Even the merit points were given out. Individuals could exchange for treasures on the Heaven and Earth board. It was definitely something that shocked everyone. The rewards continued to be given out. When it came to the top 3, the rewards were even more. Third place. Merit points reached 1,000. If it was the other one, it would reach 2,000. The remaining one reached 3,000. There was indeed a huge change. Such a distance caused many people to be filled with shock. Of course, they knew that it wouldn't be easy to fight for the merit points. Lin Fei realized that his ranking seemed to have been too low. If he had known, he would have been in the top 3. The benefits were much lesser. After the rewards were given out, there was no movement from the Heaven Tao. Just like before, it fell into a short period of silence. The entire universe was discussing merit points. What could merit points be exchanged for? It was something that everyone was looking forward to and thinking about. What would the third round be? This was something that everyone had to consider. What was going on? No one could guarantee it. But at this moment, they were all filled with anticipation. Only Lin Fei was relatively calm. Chu Qingqing had already completely grasped the power. She could be considered an expert in the dermic power realm. 650 streaks of power would allow Chu Qingqing to explode with terrifying attacks. It could be considered a trump card. Her strength wasn't that strong, but with this power, it was totally different. She improved by leaps and bounds. Sir, what do you think will happen next? Previously, it was the sect board, and now it's the personal board. The third round can't be the strongest board, right? It should be the treasure board or the mount board. Chu Qingqing really knew how to think. Lin Fei smiled. Then you guessed wrong. Next isn't the so-called treasure board or mount board. Next is the merit board. At this moment, Lin Fei told Chu Qingqing. Even Chu Qingqing herself was surprised. It can't be. The third round is actually the merit ranking. Could it be that all sorts of merit will be divided? If that's the case, then it's completely different from what I imagined. In any case, the next round will be more interesting. You guys will have to see if your luck allows you to compete for the merit points. This merit point is definitely what everyone is looking forward to the most. Lin Fei didn't go into details. If he spoke in too much detail, it would put a lot of pressure on others. To say it like that, merit was too vague and illusory. Even now, Lin Fei didn't feel that this merit was tempting to him. Even in the face of merit points, signing in would not yield anything. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the results would be released. He heard the voice of the Heavenly Tao again. The third list, the merit list. Everyone will go to a place where merit will appear. How this merit appears is up to everyone to fight for it. You will have 100 years to collect this merit. The news spread to everyone's ears. At the very least, everyone was quite excited after hearing it. Previously, they were still guessing when they would be able to obtain this merit. With merit, they could exchange for things. But now, they seemed to feel that the opportunity was coming. They would be able to obtain this merit right away. Swish! An invincible force swept across the entire universe. Anyone who reached a certain level of strength would be taken away by this force. Even people like Lin Fei and Chu Qingqing were the same. They were directly taken away. It didn't seem to be easy for Lin Fei to resist it. Of course, if he really wanted to resist, the power of the Heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to take him away. He just wanted to see what this merit was all about. Now, it sounded quite interesting, but it wasn't what he thought. Chapter 5395. To be honest, coming to such a place really surprised Lin Fei. including a surprise to all of them. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at this side. It was as if he had had an unbelievable dream. Lin Fei was standing in a large world. This big world was quiet, and even the people around it had disappeared. Even Chu Qingqing, who had been following him, was the same. Of course, the people from the Great Void sect were the same. It was as if this was a brand new place. Now, Lin Fei was even more convinced of one thing. The so-called Heaven and Earth list was indeed created by the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao was preparing to screen out special talents. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have created such a thing. The people above were here to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for such experts to be here in advance. Now, the merit was probably even more intense. Lin Fei didn't feel any merit aura. He knew that this world definitely wasn't that simple. If he wanted to obtain merit here, he had to do something. Congratulations, God, for being the first to create a God group. You have received 1,000 merit points. Congratulations, Saint, for being the second to create a celestial group. You have received 800 merit points. Congratulations, Saint, for being the third to create a celestial group. You have received 500 merit points. Everyone heard the voice. They all raised their heads and saw a list. It appeared just like that. There were only 3 pieces of information on it. In other words, the 3 most ferocious people had actually established a group. They had received merit points as a reward. Now, they seem to know how to obtain merit points. I can't believe that I got merit points just like that. It seems like I can get merit points based on what I do. I understand now. If I knew, I would have prepared. It's too late now. How many people do we need to create this group? Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was really real. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Such a thing was really out of the ordinary. These people more or less knew about it. Lin Fei had some information on hand, but he didn't care much about it. But now, he felt that this information was quite useful. Now it seems like this place is more like a wilderness. Anyone with the ability can obtain merit here. I wonder if killing people will give you merit, or if you can become the #1 mad demon or the #1 expert. Maybe there will be rewards for doing that. Lin Fei was able to see further than the others. This place was a new map. For a place like this, they could only rely on the Heavenly Dao to send them here. No one else could come. As long as they were prepared in advance, it would be completely different. That way, he would be able to obtain a large amount of merit. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they would soon have a new harvest. He had to do something for himself. Otherwise, these functions would be taken away by others. He reckoned that he had come here for nothing. Since he was here, he had to earn some merit points. Merit points could also be sold or exchanged. In any case, that was the benefit. Right now, there was still one more thing to do, and that was to sign in. Let's see what I can sign in for in this place. He was looking forward to this place. Lin Fei deliberately left this opportunity to sign in until now. He hoped that he would be able to sign in for something good. Ding! Signed in successfully in the Heavenly Dao space. Received 1,000 merit points. He actually came to the so-called Heavenly Dao space. No wonder this place was so unusual. It was so boundless that he couldn't feel the end of it. No wonder he could obtain the so-called merit points in this place. Let's see if I can let them take advantage of me this time. 100 years seemed to be a very long time. Congratulations to True Lord Lai Hua for killing 10 people. Received 100 merit points. Congratulations to Wang Quan for killing 100 people. Received 500 merit points. Chapter 5396. It was just as everyone had expected. They were all testing it out. What kind of method did they use to obtain the so-called merit points just now? Some of them killed their opponents, some formed so-called groups, and of course, some started the first fire here. Some cooked the first meal. They could also obtain some merit points, but the amount of merit points they got varied. It was indeed quite different. Lin Fei observed them one by one. Soon, he found a way to solve the problem. He was prepared to enjoy it here. He didn't plan to do anything. Even if he killed people to obtain merit points, he could still sign in. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to this Heavenly Dao space. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Almost every day, he could sign in and obtain the so-called merit points. There was nothing else. The merit points ranged from 1,000 to a few dozen. It wasn't too much or too little. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry either. This was just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Cities appeared in this heavenly Tao space one after another. Any city could obtain a large amount of merit points, from a few thousand to tens of thousands of merit points, and these cities began to recruit people. If they recruited 100,000 people, they would be rewarded with merit points. If they recruited 200,000 people, they would be rewarded. A first-class city. The city bloomed. Lin Fei saw a familiar figure. That was his disciple, Xianxia. She could be considered an expert now, but she actually created a city. It had to be said. Xianxia was quite capable. It had to be said. She was quite capable. Lin Fei didn't intend to help her, so he decided to rely on himself. Xianxia also had a lot of magic power now. The magic power also made Xianxia's strength continuously increase. Go talk to someone else about Lin Fei. She even gave him a trump card. With this trump card, even if the strongest person went to deal with Xianxia, they would still suffer a great loss. Lin Fei kept signing in. He didn't know how much magic power he had. A trump card refined with magic power was definitely a super terrifying existence. If anyone had a problem with their brain, they would suffer a huge loss. In this regard, no one understood it better than Lin Fei. He wasn't in a hurry to go there. After another 3 months, the heavenly Tao space seemed to have become a lot more stable. Ding! One sign-in merit map. What Lin Fei got from signing in was not the so-called merit. Finally, he received something. It was a map. The map fell into his hand, and it even marked out some of the places in this heaven's Tao space where the merit boxes were hidden. Lin Fei himself was very surprised. There was actually such a thing. He had never heard of it before. During these 3 months, no one had discovered that there was such a treasure box in the ground. The treasure box's opening was random, and he could tell what it was. It was definitely something good. Without saying a word, Lin Fei ran in the nearest direction. This place was more than 100,000 meters away. It was quite close. After coming to this forest, there was nothing. Instead, he dug at a very inconspicuous place. He really dug out a box. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 10,000 merit points. Another piece of news appeared on the Heaven and Earth list. Everyone's hearts shook once again. It had been a long time since they saw this news about Lin Fei. They didn't expect him to actually open the merit box. He obtained 10,000 merit points just by opening it. Damn, this is too amazing. There shouldn't be any other methods left. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 10,000 merit points. Compared to the others, it wasn't any less. Jealousy, envy. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 1,000 merit points. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 3,000 merit points. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 5,000 merit points. Swish, swish, swish. A few more messages came one after another. He must have gotten addicted to it. There were actually so many merit boxes. Who can tell me where these merit boxes came from? I want to open them too. Complete silence. Chapter 5397. As soon as Lin Fei opened the box, there was a lot of activity. Many people didn't know that there was such a thing in this place. Now, they all knew. So there was such a thing in this place. They didn't know where it came from, but they had some guesses. Who told Lin Fei to take it out first? It was just that the chances of them finding it were very low. From time to time, they would hear congratulations from above. It was all about Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect. It was hard for them not to remember this name. In a short period of time, they got hundreds of thousands of merit points, even close to 1 million, which made many people green with envy. If they got so many merit points in other ways, they naturally wouldn't care about it. But now they were really annoyed. Who would have thought that this guy would get so many merit points all of a sudden? It was right under their noses. Some strong powers all had their eyes on Lin Fei. It was just that they didn't dare to make a move for a while. Unless it was those few who did, they definitely wouldn't be able to take down Lin Fei. After opening quite a few merit boxes, Lin Fei's information disappeared once again. It was as if he had stopped all activities. Congratulations to Lin Fei for being the first to reach 1,000,000 merit points. Originally, there was no news about Lin Fei, but now there was another piece of news. This news made them feel incomparably shocked. He was actually the first. If it was anything else, they wouldn't have cared. He was actually the first to reach 1,000,000 merit points. He even got a reward. They really couldn't accept it for a while. A big prize. Reward, Dermot Golden Body. If it was anything else, it wouldn't have mattered. But this thing was different. It really made them feel different. This was a powerful technique. Even some special people could feel it at this time. There was something wrong with this thing. It was different from what they had imagined. This thing was really too good. With the Dharma Golden Body, his strength had become even stronger. This strength wasn't something that could be said casually. This guy was obviously very strong. Now, he had obtained such a technique. Furthermore, it allowed his strength to increase tremendously. A high-level technique. Golden Body of magic power? This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be surprised. He really didn't expect to obtain such a thing at this time. Originally, I didn't want to be high profile, but I didn't expect to be the first to reach 1,000,000 merit points. These people are all envious. Who knows, some of them might be tempted to come and deal with me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised at all. However, he did not expect to be the first to receive 1,000,000 merit points. It seemed that he had to keep a low profile next time. Otherwise, he would immediately become the bird that stuck out. Then the people from the other three factions would have their own ideas. Who didn't know that the three of them were here to take advantage of the situation? Naturally, they would gain more benefits. Now that he had taken the first 1,000,000 merit points, he would take the second 1,000,000 merit points, and even the third 1,000,000 merit points. In comparison, they were naturally far from being able to do so. With just a thought, Lin Fei received this magical golden body. It was indeed quite different. It was a high-level defensive method. At the very least, to break this golden body of Dharma power, one would need 5,000 strands of Dharma power to break it. Was 5,000 strands of Dharma power a lot? It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't something that anyone could casually cultivate to achieve. As long as one didn't reach this number, they wouldn't be able to break Lin Fei's magical golden body. Of course, this golden body of magic power consumed a little bit of Dharma power. However, for the current Lin Fei, it was nothing at all. Although this golden body of magic power only targeted 5,000 strands. In the blink of an eye, it allowed Lin Fei to change the level of the golden body of magic power to reach the level of 10,000. With a shake of the body, it became a very powerful existence. 7,017K. Chapter 5398. Such a reward was indeed quite good. Lin Fei's strength had increased by quite a bit. Of course, in his opinion, it wasn't that important. He just felt that the first 1,000,000 merit points reward made him think about it a little more. If he could obtain a second 1,000,000 merit points, or a third 1,000,000 merit points, or even 10,000,000 merit points, perhaps the things he obtained would get better and better. The mana golden body was a little attractive, but that was all there was to it. The appearance of the merit boxes made many people start to slowly search for them. Even Lin Fei could find all kinds of boxes, so he might be able to find some as well. Soon, someone found some merit boxes. The merit boxes could give a lot of merit points. They ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, but they weren't as frequent as Lin Fei. One person had opened more than 10 or more than 20 merit points. There were only 1 or 2 people in the group. They were so happy that they almost laughed. In comparison, they coveted Lin Fei even more. They really didn't know how this guy got so many merit boxes. Could it be that he had a map in his hand? If that was the case, it could be explained. At this time, Lin Fei had indeed opened all the merit boxes. The map in his hand became useless. However, he didn't get any new maps from signing in. This made him feel a little regretful. It seemed that this thing wasn't that easy to get his hands on. He had to think of other methods. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get a second 1,000,000 merit points. Those 3 fellows were probably the fastest. They should be able to get 1,000,000 merit points reward very soon. In Lin Fei's mind, only the divine immortal and the other 2 were the most capable. The others could stand aside. They had formed a large team. They even had their first city. They even started to slowly conquer the city. The merit points they obtained gradually increased. Not long after, they obtained a second 1 million merit points, followed by a third and a fourth 1 million merit points. All the way until the 10th 1 million merit point reward, they obtained a lot of rewards. Compared to Lin Fei's so-called magical golden body, they were much worse. This was the first 1 million merit points, so it was naturally different. If the rewards were the same, then there was naturally no comparison. Ding! Sign in successful in the Heavenly Dao space. Reward: 10 mu of merit field. This reward was different from the usual ones. It was not direct merit or anything else. It turned out to be 10 acres of land, and it was even called the merit field. This had indeed exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. How could such a reward appear? It really surprised Lin Fei. He quickly realized that this was not a simple field. This field should be quite useful. It was estimated that good things could be grown in this 10 mu of field. Or rather, it was something that could give him some merit. Even now, he still wasn't sure what use this merit would have. It could be exchanged, but there was definitely a deeper use for the merit points. He had to figure this out first. Lin Fei decided to go to this place and plant the fields first. In any case, there was still 100 years of time, and it was only a short period of time now. There was still a long time to go. There was nothing calmer than this. Something to look forward to. Lin Fei directly followed the 10 acres of field. This merit field was located in a rather remote place, and there were no signs of human activity around it. At the same time, he also found 10 acres of land. The surroundings were quiet, and there was also a forest. Such a place was really too ordinary. This place was also very ordinary, but Lin Fei soon discovered that something was amiss. This place was sealed with a faint layer of power. This layer of power was very inconspicuous, and he could only feel it when he stepped on the ground. Whoosh! He would break this seal. Following that, he could feel a slightly different aura. He casually released a formation technique. This place was sealed. Chapter 5399. Such a place was actually called the merit field. It really surprised Lin Fei a little. He was a little dumbfounded. He could actually obtain such a thing. But since it was obtained from signing in, it was naturally different. Lin Fei was still very confident. The land inside was indeed quite different. After using an array formation to completely seal this place, Lin Fei began to examine this thing seriously. This thing was different from the others. There was nothing growing on the ground. In other words, something had to be planted on the ground in order for it to grow. However, it was also Lin Fei's first time planting something in the merit field. Even he didn't know what he would grow into when the time came. But he felt that he should be able to try and see what he could grow. Hence, they searched together. They couldn't find anything good, but they found some seeds. These seeds were all treasures of heaven and earth. They could all be used to grow, but after they were scattered, there was no change to them. Lin Fei also knew that there seemed to be something wrong with his way of thinking. It seemed that not any random seed could adapt to this merit field. Lin Fei stood in front of the merit field again. He built a small house next to it. He took out some things. It looked more like a small farm. At this moment, he was especially serious. Since ordinary things can T be planted, then it must be something different. Only something different can be planted here. It's impossible to say that I have to continue signing in to get a special seed. If that is the case, then I'll have to wait. Lin Fei's train of thought was still correct. He felt that this should be the case. Whether he could get it or not, he had to seriously sign in. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to find it in a short time. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Lin Fei also used all kinds of things. It was completely useless. He didn't grow anything. Instead, the second 2 million merit points appeared. He received a good reward. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. In less than half a year, he had also received a lot of merit points. In comparison, it was more than the first 2 million merit points. However, the Heaven and Earth Board did not notice it. Ding! Sign in to Heavenly Law Space. Obtain Merit Corn Seed. On this day, Lin Fei was finally happy. He finally received something that satisfied him. This was the so-called Merit Corn Seed. Previously, he didn't have this thing at all. When he was guessing, he indeed felt that it would happen. However, After half a year, there was nothing. Lin Fei began to doubt his own judgment. Had he guessed wrongly? There was no such thing as a seed of merit. Now, he knew that he had guessed correctly. There really was such a thing. Could it be that as long as he planted this thing, he would be able to obtain a special merit item? Then what were they waiting for? Hurry up and plant them. The fields here were different from the fields in other places. You couldn't use any means to cultivate them. He could only use the hoe one hoe at a time. After planting it, he would have to consume a certain amount of merit points. Only then would he be able to open up the merit field. In other words, without enough merit points, he wouldn't be able to open up an acre of land. Moreover, Lin Fei now had 10 acres of land. 10 acres of land consumed a lot of merit points. Now, he had opened up an acre of land. He planted the merit corn. After planting the merit corn, he could feel that this place was indeed suitable for planting the merit corn. The merit corn took root and germinated. It grew in just a few days. The merit corn that grew was exactly the same as what Lin Fei had imagined it to be. There wasn't much difference. It was just that when the corn grew, he knew that his idea was a little different. The corn that grew wasn't pure corn. It was the so-called merit corn. The corn was wrapped in merit and looked very different. It exuded a holy aura. Chapter 5400. I didn't /T expect that one day I would actually sign in and grow something like this. It /S really unexpected. It /S like a dream. Lin Fei stood in front of the merit corn. He looked at it seriously. With one look, he was able to see some things. It was indeed quite different from the corn in the past. A few more days passed. Finally, the corn was completely ripe. After it was ripe, Lin Fei plucked it. He wanted to see what kind of use this thing had. When the corn reached Lin Fei /S hands, he felt that this corn was indeed quite extraordinary. It exuded the aura of merit. He took a bite. He wanted to see what kind of taste it was. As soon as the merit corn entered his stomach, streams of energy instantly surged in his body. Then it spread throughout his body. At first, Lin Fei didn't /T think much of it. Wasn't /T just merit corn? It seemed to be no different from other things. But in the blink of an eye, he realized that this thing was a little different. It could make the magic power in his body stronger. In other words, it could increase the strength of his magic power. Originally, Lin Fei had enough magic power. But now, with the merit corn, it was as if it had been purified. This feeling was quite obvious. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't /T expect the merit corn to have such an effect. He thought that it would increase his merit, but it seemed that wasn't /T the case. He ate the corn in 2 or 3 bites. It had indeed improved a lot, but it wasn't /T complete. Hence, Lin Fei /S gaze fell on the merit corn again. If all the merit corn had such an effect, then the effect would be too shocking. What would be better than this? Lin Fei couldn't /T think of anything for a while. This was probably the most authentic good thing. Congratulations to Lin Fei for successfully planting the merit corn, harvesting the merit corn, rewarded with 1 merit treasure. At this moment, there was another commotion on the heaven and earth list. But this time, the commotion was quite big. It directly caused many people to stop. Once again, they saw the name that made them feel familiar. After such a long time, they thought that Lin Fei was looking for the so-called merit box again. However, in such a short period of time, he actually managed to plant a merit corn. It was really too much of a surprise to them. He couldn't even believe how these guys did it. Could it be that this fellow had secretly obtained some information? Otherwise, how could he grow this so-called virtuous corn? At the very least, they didn't believe it. Moreover, he had obtained this so-called merit treasure. Who can tell me what this merit corn is used for? Could it be that eating it will increase my merit? I'm a farmer. I also want to plant this merit corn. Whoever has the seeds, I want to plant it. Who knows where Lin Fei is planting the merit corn? I also want to learn from him. Maybe I can plant some merit corn too. There were all kinds of operations. Now that they were able to grow karmic corn, it was indeed a shock to everyone. It was completely different from what they had imagined. This place was truly a magical place. Meanwhile, in a city, a few figures gathered together. These few figures were quite strong. However, they had big names. One was a god, one was an immortal, and one was a saint. The three of them looked like young people. However, no one dared to question their strength. I didn't /T expect that we would get so much information, but it actually wasn't /T as much as Lin Fei knows. He even managed to get the merit corn. What do you think we should do? Chapter 5401. The merit field that Lin Fei had created was indeed a very exciting thing. Many people were extremely shocked. At least, many of them still couldn't believe it. Lin Fei was able to take it out. But no matter what, it was a new experience for everyone. At least, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, they wouldn't have known about the merit field and the merit box. They could get a lot of merit. Apart from that, there was also the merit corn. In other words, the so-called merit field would exist. Then, everyone started to look for the merit field like crazy. Naturally, it worked. Soon, some people found some of them. In other words, they found the so-called merit field. Although the merit fields weren't very big, it was enough to excite many people. But soon, they ran into another problem because they still didn't know where it was. Especially the seed. They couldn't find the seed. Without the seed, they couldn't do anything. Not to mention, it was absolutely impossible to grow a karmic treasure. They still didn't know where they got it from. It was like a very dangerous thing. For a moment, everyone hoped to find Lin Fei. Maybe they could get the merit seed after finding him. And Lin Fei had been paying attention. He had to admit that these people were quite resourceful. They actually found the so-called merit field so quickly. There were big and small merit fields. Among them, the first three people also found the merit field. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy for them to find the so-called merit seed. Lin Fei smiled. It seemed that the merit field wasn't that easy to get. They would find it very soon. Lin Fei was taking care of his 10 acres of land. Other places had also been opened, but it would take some time. At this moment, he really felt that there were other living beings coming over. These few auras were quite strange. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to sense them. It could be seen from this matter. That was, these people should be coming to ask him for the so-called merit seed. In the blink of an eye, soon, 3 figures appeared here. The 3 figures were all incomparably tall and imposing. Just by standing there, he was invincible existence. Lin Fei, I know you're here. Come out and meet me. It's a good thing for you and for us. What do you think? The voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei immediately knew who these 3 people were. They should be the so-called 3 fellows. They were the strongest gods, the strongest immortals, and the strongest saints. The fact that these 3 people were so young really surprised Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared at the edge. Look at them. I didn't expect the 3 of you to be so quick to find me. What do you want? Just say it. I'm a very straightforward person. If you want to fight, kill, and plot, then don't take it out. I, Lin Fei, am not one to be scared. Just like that, Lin Fei saw the 3 of them. It was the first time the 3 of them had found this Lin Fei. They had spent a lot of effort and thought. Now it seemed like they had found this guy. They found this guy, which meant that they could get the merit seed. Through the array, they could see the corn inside. It was waving in the wind. It really made one jealous and envious. They knew so much information and clues. They couldn't compare to this Lin Fei. What the hell? Chapter 5402. After discussing for a while, the 3 of them decided to look for Lin Fei. They had to look for him. If they didn't look for him, they didn't know what would happen to them. This person was truly unfathomable. The methods he used right now were truly unfathomable to everyone. To think that he could even find this merit field. Even the merit seeds were the same. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Lin Fan was really capable. Everything else could be put aside, but not this matter. They also found some so-called merit fields. However, these merit fields weren't of much use at all. They didn't have any seeds. They didn't know how they got the seeds. They could only say that it was because Lin Fan was too capable. He could even find such a thing. It didn't seem like something else. If it was something else, it would be easy to talk about it. It just had to be such a thing, which was even more unimaginable. They weren't interested in other things, but this was very interesting. What they had to do was very simple. They just had to get the so-called merit seeds. Now, they were even more relieved. Lin Fei definitely had the so-called merit seeds. They didn't see such a big field of corn. If it was them, they would definitely be able to harvest a lot of things. At the very least, each of them would have a few acres of land. It couldn't compare to Lin Fan's 10 acres of land. The harvest would definitely be good too. However, they lacked the so-called seeds. Without the seeds, it would be a huge problem. Since Taoist Lin is so straightforward, then I'll be straightforward. We also want the seeds in your hands. I wonder what it would take for you to give us a portion of these merit seeds. I think you should know how to choose. The three of them had a very simple idea. They wanted to get the merit seeds from Lin Fan no matter what. Without the merit seeds, even if he had the land, it would be useless. Even now, they were still confused. So you're here for the so-called merit seeds. That's quite easy. You can have a merit seeds as long as you give me merit. I'm quite an easygoing person. Lin Fei's words immediately made them dumbfounded. There was a little bit of disbelief. This guy was actually so direct. Was he not going to hide this thing? When they arrived, they already had a lot of ideas. Even if Lin Fei didn't agree, they could only take action. When the time came, they would take the item. Now it seemed that there was no need to go through so much trouble. The other party did not intend to cause any problems with them at all. Where did they come directly? Karma. The three of them were shocked, but they immediately understood. This Lin Fei was indeed someone who could do great things. He was also the best choice. This guy was probably even more mysterious. However, they were still quite confused about how to trade merit points. I wonder if this merit seed can be traded. If merit could be traded, they would have plundered all the merit long ago instead of waiting until now. If you can give me merit, then the seeds will naturally not be a problem. I'll give you 10 seeds for 10,000 merit points, 100 seeds for 100,000 merit points, and 1,000 seeds for 1 million merit points. How about that? I'm quite considerate of others. Lin Fei's words once again left them dumbfounded. This B** starred actually asked for such an exorbitant price. 1 million merit points for 1,000 seeds? That's daylight robbery. One of the young men, Lin Fei, said, "Then why don't you just rob it? Don't you know the importance of merit points?" Lin Fei laughed out loud. "Of course I know the importance. Since you're not willing to fork out the merit points, then don't even think about getting the merit seeds. If you want to rob it, come and try. I'm still ranked 10th. Chapter 5403. Snatch. Of course they wanted to. If he could snatch this thing from Lin Fei's hands, he would be able to do so. That would be great. However, they knew that it wouldn't be easy to snatch it. Lin Fan wouldn't let them snatch it. They still couldn't figure out his background. That meant that he was even more powerful than they had imagined. How could it be possible to snatch something like that from his hands? It was like a dream. It wasn't worth it at all. Fellow Taoist Lin, you misunderstood. Why would the three of us come to snatch it from you? Even if we wanted to snatch it from someone else, we wouldn't snatch it from you. We know that very well. Among the three of them, one was ranked first, one was ranked second, and one was ranked third. They also knew that this guy wasn't easy to deal with. They really couldn't bring themselves to test whether this guy was strong or not. At the very least, they didn't have such a thought. If they really wanted to do it, it wouldn't be now. At the very least, they could get the seed out now. Where exactly did the seed come from? That was the most important thing. In other words, only Lin Fei knew where the merit seed came from. If they could get the merit seed now, they might be able to get other seeds at some other time. Speaking of which, they still had to count on Lin Fei. Would they be able to get more merit points? So you don't plan to do it. Since you don't plan to do it, just follow my rules. As long as you can trade it, there won't be a problem. How will you know if you don't try? Don't you think so? Lin Fei retorted with one sentence. It seemed like as long as they traded and brought the merit points over, they would be able to get the merit seed. They didn't know if it would work or not. They were still in a daze. The three of them looked at each other. Should they give it a try? They knew about this place. It was the legendary Heavenly Tao space. Doing things in this place wasn't what they usually imagined. Maybe they would succeed. Saint stood up. Then I'll make a deal with you first. I'll take 100 seeds. It was just 100,000 merit points. It was just a test. Lin Fei also wanted to give it a try. The Heavenly Tao space would not allow him to trade. If he could allow it, that would be the best. Although the seed could be used to grow corn, it could not be any better. At that time, he would be able to make a fortune. However, Lin Fei believed that these people would not be able to get the other seeds. When the time came, he would still have to get the seeds from him. There was still a chance of that happening. Saint, who is ranked 3rd, and Lin Fei, who is ranked 10th, have made a transaction. The transaction is for merit seed corn. Both of them have received rewards. After Saint took out the merit points, he was feeling a little uneasy in his heart. They didn't know if it would work, but in the blink of an eye, they heard a notification. His heart was filled with ecstasy. He had finally succeeded. He could really trade. He was even rewarded for this. It really felt like a dream. They might not have confidence in other things, but they actually succeeded in this matter. And so, Saint got his wish of obtaining 100 seeds. 100 seeds wasn't that expensive. 100,000 merit points. At the very least, he had obtained the seed of merit. The other two were also stunned. They were a little jealous and envious. If they had known, they would have done the transaction earlier. And now, the first deal had landed on Saint just like that. We want 100 seeds too. Be it gods or immortals, they all knew what to do at this moment. They made the transaction immediately. However, the transaction this time wasn't as good as before. The two of them didn't get anything else. But no matter what, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. They got what they wanted. Chapter 5404. After merit points could be traded. If that happened, the scene would be completely different. It was unknown how many people were shocked. It turned out that merit points could be traded. Needless to say, they immediately realized that this was an opportunity. For those who didn't have the so-called merit seeds, they could just buy them, which was for Lin Fei. Although they didn't know the price, it shouldn't be too expensive. They could still make a fortune. Just like that. Some people came to Lin Fei's side. The purpose of these people was quite simple. They were here to buy the so-called merit seeds. Lin Fei didn't reject any of them. The more he sold, the more seeds he had. The merit points he gained were also increasing. 100,000 at a time, 100,000 at a time. 10 people would get 1 million. 100 people would get 10 million merit points. Lin Fei was the first to reach 10 million merit points. Many people were extremely envious and jealous. This guy was really too difficult to manipulate. Just like that, he easily earned his first 10 million merit points. Congratulations to Lin Fei for obtaining the first 10 million merit points. You are rewarded with a merit sword. You can cut merit points. The reward this time also shocked everyone in their hearts. He actually got the so-called merit sword. This thing was a little unusual. It sounded quite different. As for the specific function, it was obvious. It could cut the so-called merit points from their bodies. This time, everyone's expression changed slightly. This wasn't a good thing. Even God, Sage, Immortal, it was the same. At this time, their hearts tightened. They really coveted this thing. They didn't expect that Lin Fei would be the first to take it. If it fell on them, they would be able to harvest the so-called merit points. When Lin Fei got the merit sword, it was indeed quite different. He finally knew that the heavenly Tao space would open soon to plunder. He was able to get such a merit sword. Then the others would be able to get it too. Lin Fei gave it a try. He could really cut a certain amount of merit points from the other party. It might be dozens of merit points. It might be hundreds of merit points. It depended on how strong you were. The stronger one was, the more they could slash down. At this moment, their hearts were completely unsettled. If it was anything else, it wouldn't matter. But if it was this thing, then it was different. Whoever encountered it would be unlucky. That was how simple the experience was. Fortunately, the thing they were most worried about did not happen. That so-called Lin Fei did not search for them everywhere. He didn't do anything with the virtuous sword. It was as if he was silently plowing the field of merit. He could earn a fortune just by selling the seeds. Going to Tian discovered more and more things. Many people got it. There were no seeds. He had no choice but to buy it. Ding! Sign in successful in Heaven's Tao space. Obtained Immortality Peach Merit Tree Seed. This time, the seed was different. It was a peach tree of immortality. He came directly. After the corn seeds were sold, most of the corn was eaten by Lin Fei. It was used to strengthen the magic power within one's body. And now he actually got another seed. Furthermore, it was the seed of the peach of immortality. Didn't that mean that the peach of immortality that he planted would be the peach of immortality? Moreover, it would be the kind that came with merit. That was quite extraordinary. It was definitely something good. Without hesitation, he found an acre of land and planted it. But as he planted it, he found a problem. This merit seed was indeed a little different. Compared to the corn from before, it seemed to absorb a certain amount of merit. Lin Fei completely understood. This merit was really too useful in the Heavens Dao space. Plowing the land required merit. Even planting this kind of thing required merit. Without a certain amount of merit, it was really hard to keep busy. Lin Fei now had 10 million merit points. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of consumption. It was just an immortality peach tree. Chapter 5405. With these merit seeds, the scene became very different. Everyone was frantically searching for the so-called merit field. Of course, they were going to buy the merit corn from Lin Fei. The merit corn was a very good thing. Those who hadn't experienced it might not know what it was. After they experienced it, all of them felt that the merit corn was different, especially the merit corn that it bore. It increased their strength by a lot. But in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. They didn't get anything in that half a year. Even though it was the so-called merit field, there were no merit seeds. This made them feel very surprised. They didn't know what was going on with it. Why was it that only Lin Fei had it, and they didn't? This was the thing that confused them the most. Instead, after coming a few times, they realized that there was a tree. Looking at it, they realized that it was the peach tree of immortality. This made them even more speechless. At that moment, another person came. It was the number one god. But this time, he came alone. When he came, his gaze fell on the tree. This tree was very eye-catching because it was extremely tall. It was about 20 to 30 meters tall. It was hard not to notice it. It was just this tree that made people feel a little strange. Taoist Lin is amazing. We haven't even found the so-called seeds, and you've planted something else. At the same time, he was glad that he came here early. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. I was just lucky to get some more seeds. This thing that you're looking at is just SOSO. There's nothing special about it. It sounded simple, but in the god's heart, he muttered again. If only he had that kind of ability himself. Then he wouldn't have asked him. We could buy the peach tree of immortality back. I've already planted quite a lot of corn, but I think we need some high-grade ones. I didn't expect Taoist Lin to have them. God was getting more and more unfathomable. If he could see through him, he would have controlled him long ago. But now, he couldn't sense it at all, not to mention controlling it. It really made people feel quite speechless. You want this thing? That's a pity. I don't plan to sell it for the time being. I can only wait. He hadn't even eaten it yet, let alone sold it. It was a pity that he couldn't take it out now. Deity said nothing more. If Taoist Lin decides to sell it one day, feel free to contact me. I will definitely be able to afford it. I came here today to discuss something with you. It won't be long before the second stage begins. I would like to cooperate with you. Of course, Lin Fei knew that this guy didn't come here just for this so-called seed. There must be something else. He didn't expect that the heavenly Dao space was about to enter the second stage. This was quite unexpected. What kind of cooperation is it? Tell me about it. If I think it's good, I can give it a try. Seeing that the other party did not refuse, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could talk about it. I hope we can work together and drive them out one by one. It seemed that God knew about the operation of the second stage. Oh, drive them away. I think you guys can do it yourselves. I'm not too interested in these things. My current goal is very simple. I just want to plant this corn and this peach. If I can get some more seeds, I'll plant other things. Fighting and killing aren't things that I'm interested in, Wang Yao said. Lin Fei shook his head. He took out a corn. He ate in 2 or 3 bites. He still had a casual look. Chapter 5406. This time, God did come to find someone to work with him. Actually, Lin Fei was quite mysterious. He was completely different from the others. He could totally work with such a person. Even if he didn't come to find him, the other 2 would. They were smart. Then, if he came earlier, he might be able to find chance. In the end, it seemed like he came for nothing. They weren't interested in working with him at all. This made him a little confused. He tried and realized that it still didn't work. The other party was determined and didn't want to work with him. He had no choice. He could only leave. No one knew better than him that what he had to do now was very simple. He had to leave. If he couldn't succeed, then the others wouldn't succeed either. It was more or less a good outcome. After Deity left, it was just as Lin Fei had expected. Celestial and Saint came as well. Their goal was quite simple, which was to work with Lin Fei. But Lin Fei rejected them one by one. He wasn't interested in that, let alone working with him. So, they could only return empty-handed. After they left, Lin Fei realized something, which was that soon, the Heaven Dao space would change. It wasn't exactly the same as what they had thought. At this moment, everyone was in a state of development. Very soon, there would be competition. When that time came, the competition would be different. The competition would definitely be a little big. The only thing he could do now was to quickly strengthen himself. Of course, if they didn't come looking for trouble, then naturally there wouldn't be any problems. But if they came looking for trouble, then naturally he wouldn't be polite. It was just such a simple matter. Very quickly, the peaches on a peach tree were completely ripe. If they were ripe, then it would be very different. Not everyone had the right to enjoy such a delicacy. After taking a bite, Lin Fei could already feel how delicious this immortality peach was. He really didn't know until he tasted it. Once he tasted it, he was shocked. The magic power in his body had once again become incomparably condensed. It was different from before. The effect was quite strong. Apart from that, it was also a great help to the body. His physical body seemed to have improved to a certain extent. His current fleshly body was already very powerful beyond the eternal level and could be considered a higher level immortal body. Even Lin Fei himself wasn't sure how strong he was. Up until now, not many people had made a move. Originally, he was prepared to make a move against the three of them, but in the end, he discovered that the three of them were also very shrewd. Therefore, Lin Fei's plan naturally fell through. But it did not matter. The second stage should be quite interesting. There was no hurry. There was still time. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. This year's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, for many people, they had gained a lot. That morning they heard it. It reverberated in their ears. Now, we are entering the second stage of development. You can fight with each other. Once the merit is gone, everything will be stripped clean. Although there were fights earlier, no one paid much attention to it. But now, his words made their hearts clench. Finally, a good show was about to begin. They might be able to put other things aside, but they really couldn't let go of this matter. No one knew better than them that this was definitely the beginning of the fiercest event. During the day, people began to be eliminated one after another. The rankings were also constantly changing. There was also a list here. This list meant that the wealthiest people would be ranked. Lin Fei thought that with his more than 10 million merit points, he wouldn't be ranked high. But in the blink of an eye, he was ranked third. The first place was God, the second was Immortal, and the fourth was Sage. It seemed that he had grabbed a good position. Chapter 5407. The changes on the list didn't surprise Lin Fei at all. Everything was within his expectations. This was the second stage. What did the second stage mean? He didn't need a guess to know that it was to expel some of them. At that time, there would be fewer and fewer of them, and the ones left would be stronger and stronger. Lin Fei was very clear that what he had to do was very simple, and that was to keep accumulating merit points. The amount of merit points was more or less related to the amount of time it existed. But after waiting for a while, he didn't see anything. He was quite surprised and felt that his luck had run out. He didn't even get anything good. If it was something else, it might be better. Then he would continue to wait. Every day, many people were eliminated. Following that, some people also received some rewards. The entire heavenly Dao space was in an uproar. It was indeed very different from before. Lin Fei quietly planted his merit corn. Of course, there were also immortality peaches. His magic power became incomparably condensed. It couldn't be compared to before at all. At this time, the magic power in Lin Fei's body became incomparably strong. At this time, his magic power couldn't be compared to others at all. At this time, no one came to cause trouble for Lin Fei. Many people heard that the first three came to cause trouble. They didn't fight. One could imagine that everyone was looking forward to Lin Fei's misfortune. In the end, they didn't do anything. If they didn't do anything, nothing would happen. But if they did, it would be different. Naturally, they didn't dare to do anything. If they did, they would suffer. At this time, it was better for them to be obedient. Let's put this aside for now. Lin Fei was happy for nothing. He thought that these guys would come, but he realized that they weren't as bold as he thought. Instead, they were like turtles hiding in their shells. All of them were ready to take advantage of the situation. Whoosh, whoosh. On this day, Lin Fei was clearing the merit corn in the field again. In the blink of an eye, golden balls appeared in the sky one after another. Just like that, the golden orbs appeared randomly. There really were golden balls at the nearest place. Once the golden balls appeared, everyone flew over. They began to snatch the items like crazy. There was no need to guess to know that this was definitely something released by the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about this thing, but there really was such a thing nearby. Without another word, he went over to see what this thing was all about. Whether it was as strong as he had imagined, or if it was as precious as he had imagined, that was another matter entirely. Whoosh, whoosh. His movements were abnormally fast. Just as Lin Fei was getting close to the golden ball, a few other figures arrived as well. They also recognized Lin Fei at the first instant. After recognizing him, he shot a cold glare at Xianxia. That was quite different. Then he directly attacked. They all knew that this belonged to the 10th strongest existence. Since he was ranked 10th, they naturally wouldn't hold back. He went all out. If he could fight, then he could fight. If he couldn't, then he couldn't fight. When these attacks reached Lin Fei's surroundings, they immediately collapsed. There was no way to get close. He grabbed the item and placed it on his palm. It was so easy. Lin Fei knew what it was. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's actually a merit seed. This should be the so-called apple. It seems to be an apple seed. And this should be the so-called rice. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be such a thing. It was indeed quite surprising. Lin Fei had been prepared for this. He wanted to see what it was. In the end, he realized that it was far more ordinary than he had imagined. If it was anything else, he would be happy. But since it was this thing, he wasn't happy at all. He's going to let everyone have the seeds of merit. Chapter 54:08. I finally got something. It's actually a public merit seed. I don't have to go to Lin Fei to buy it anymore. It's too expensive. That's right. He only has merit corn. I already have merit rice. Is there anyone willing to trade with me? I have merit here. Potatoes are also good stuff. They have a high yield and are not inferior to your rice. I really envy you guys. I don't even have a single merit field. How am I supposed to get one? Those who managed to get their hands on the good stuff were all very excited. Of course, there were also some people who felt helpless. They couldn't get any merit fields at all. But after another 4 to 5 days, large patches of merit fields appeared just like that. It turned out that these merit fields were all sealed. Some people started to get their hands on them. 10 to 20 acres, 30 to 100 acres of merit fields. The scene was getting bigger and bigger. Lin Fei observed him from beginning to end. He knew that the second stage was a process of development. Those who couldn't keep up with the development would be directly eliminated. For example, the number of merit fields he had now was relatively small, but the number of things he planted was no less than others. For example, he had already planted a lot of immortality peach trees, not to mention the rice that he had just obtained. This heavenly Tao space is really interesting. Could it be that it wants everyone here to become a super farm owner? Only the most powerful farm owner can obtain the true reward of the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei still hadn't figured out what this heavenly Tao space was trying to do in the end. One thing was certain. There would only be one person left in this heavenly Tao space in the end. In other words, it would be the strongest one. This made Lin Fei a little excited. Of course, he was looking forward to signing in. Maybe he could get something good in the end. The longer he stayed here, the better the things he got. In fact, he felt that the 3 of them came here in advance to make arrangements so that they could last until the end. Just like that, they could get something good. It was definitely something that everyone dreamed of. Lin Fei was finally looking forward to it. He felt that he had to go and get some merit fields. After all, he only had 10 acres. It was more or less not enough. He had to go and get some back. If others couldn't get their hands on something, it was naturally because they couldn't. However, it was different for Lin Fei. he could easily get it back. There were some large merit fields nearby. These merit fields weren't just one, but in groups of 2s and 3s, forming a large merit field. It was as if he was a small farmer. Congratulations on the appearance of the first 1,000-acre merit field. The first farm owner. Reward farm number 1 with 100 torrents. The reward this time made everyone feel that it was incomparably exaggerated. All of them were dumbfounded. As it turned out, it was a creature from another world. This Heaven's Tao space was really impressive to be able to come up with such a method. It was the same for Lin Fei. The reward was completely different from what he had expected. I didn't expect to be rewarded with something like this. As expected, I'm heading towards becoming a farmer. It didn't matter if it was anything else, but this was a little unusual. Farm number 1 still attracted a lot of attention. Even Lin Fei quietly came to this side. He really saw this so-called farm number 1 space. This farm was indeed quite big, covering 1,000 acres. There were 100 Taurens moving around nonstop. Moreover, they had great stamina and were extremely tall. Most importantly, the speed at which they plowed the fields was too fast. It was as if they were born to cultivate merit fields. If it was anything else, wouldn't matter, but this one was different. It was truly shocking. It seems that I have to continue working hard. 7,017K. Chapter 5409. Speaking of which, the change this time was indeed quite big. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. He never thought that the second stage would have such a change. Even a farm would appear. The most important thing was that the reward looked quite good. This was what surprised him the most. If it was something else, it would be fine. But if it was this thing, even he was a little interested in it. If he could get his hands on it, it would be quite good. After leaving, the first thing he thought about was another thing. That was the so-called merit field. He had to get this thing, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gather enough. Recently, he hadn't received anything from signing in. That was a very normal thing. Moreover, there were many enemies near him. He had to get his hands on a place like this. Whoosh! Lin Fei came to the nearest merit field. This place was about 20 acres in size. There was a formation, but as Lin Fei stretched out his hand, the formation began to rumble loudly. It seemed like it couldn't take it anymore, but in the end, it managed to withstand it. Then, a few more figures rushed out. One must know that these people couldn't control these so-called merit fields by themselves. Once a few of them were connected, the situation would be completely different. They would be able to easily take care of it. But at this moment, they saw the person who made a move. It was a young man. This person was none other than Lin Fei. The experts of the Great Void Sect were here, and this caused them to be shocked. Why did this guy come here? They immediately understood what was going on. In other words, this person wanted to snatch this thing. Since you've come out now, it couldn't be better. I've taken a fancy to this place. If you don't want any accidents to happen to yourselves, you'd better obediently come out. Otherwise, I'll make my move later. It won't be like this. No one can withstand my attack. Just like that. It made them feel pressured. One must know that this formation was quite strong. But now, it actually turned out like this. This made it a little hard for them to bear. Lin Fei, you're too much. We worked so hard to build this place, and you just took it away like that. Do you think we're easy to bully? These people were very angry. But of course, they did not dare to rush out. One had to know that rushing out at this time would not end well. If he was not careful, he would be killed. This Lin Fei's strength was ranked 10th. None of them had forgotten this point, which was useful no matter where they were. What they had to do was very simple. They just had to hide inside this array formation and absolutely wouldn't run outside. Once they went outside, they didn't know what would happen to them. They might even suffer a big loss. Lin Fei shook his head. Naturally, he could tell what this fellow was trying to do. Wasn't it because he didn't want to give up this place? It was such a simple thing. Looks like you made your choice. Since you've made your choice, I'll do it myself. The power in Lin Fei's hand increased again. It became very ferocious. It came crashing down with great vigor. It wasn't just an ordinary amount of strength. Originally, the formation still had a certain amount of strength, but in the blink of an eye, it couldn't hold on anymore. Whoosh, whoosh. It broke into pieces. All of them were directly blasted away. Then, waves of power pierced through their bodies. Originally, Lin Fei had already given them a chance, but they didn't know how to fight for it. In that case, they couldn't blame him for making a move. He would just take them down first. Originally, you could still live, but now you can't. You made the wrong choice. Since you made the wrong choice, you have to pay the price. A wave of power crashed down on them. All of them turned into ashes in an instant. The item was in Lin Fei's hands. Chapter 54:10. It was a piece of cake to take more than 20 acres of merit land. It was really a piece of cake. No one expected that the so-called Lin Fei would actually make a move at this time. He was quite capable. It was really beyond their imagination. It wouldn't matter if it was at other times. But at this time, he more or less had some background. He made a big move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started to snatch it all at once. As soon as he arrived, he snatched the land next door. Of course, some people heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, he snatched the land next door. If he snatched the land far away, they would have no chance at all. Now, they didn't have to worry. All he had to do was to wait here. Anyway, Lin Fei would snatch all these things sooner or later. The further the distance, the safer it was. After all, these merit lands couldn't be moved. They could only occupy a piece of land nearby. This was the only benefit that they could heave a sigh of relief. At other times, they really didn't have such thoughts. Now, they could only clap their hands and cheer. Of course, for those who had become farm owners, this wasn't good news. Lin Fei seemed very mysterious. Who knew what kind of tricks this guy had up his sleeves? After all, this guy's tricks were very fierce. If they weren't careful, they would really suffer a loss. All of them knew what they were doing. After taking some of the land, he continued to snatch more and more land. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to more than 100 acres of land. Many people noticed this at this time, especially those nearby. They could be said to be trembling at this time. They didn't dare to think too much, afraid that they would be targeted by Lin Fei. If that happened, they wouldn't be so lucky. After Lin Fei took more than 100 acres of land, he didn't do anything else. It seemed that these things had nothing to do with him. Lin Fei was planting new things here. He had already gained a lot, such as planting a lot of merit seeds. However, if he wanted more seeds, he would have to rely on luck. Previously, although he heard that there would be rewards, these things really didn't interest him. If it was possible, he would rather have something else. Unfortunately, his luck was quite bad and he didn't get it. Even if he signed in, he didn't get anything good. It was really disappointing. Fortunately, on this day, Lin Fei finally signed a good item. This good thing really lit up his eyes. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised by this. He could actually sign in for such a thing. If it was something else, he might have doubted it, but it was different now. It was definitely a really good thing. Ding, you have signed in successfully in the Heavenly Lost Space. You have gained 500 mu of merit land. Previously, he didn't think that he could sign in for anything. Now, there were a lot of things to sign in. It was 500 acres of land. 500 mu of land was naturally a little different. It was definitely more than before. Apart from that, he also signed in another item. The other thing was the so-called Tauren. 200. It was real. Lin Fei himself felt extremely surprised that he could still hear such things. It was really like a dream. In his imagination, he didn't seem to be so lucky. But now he actually signed in for them. It was really too surprising. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't dare to believe it. But no matter what, these 200 Tauren made his eyes light up. His eyes really lit up. What else could be more attractive than this? There really wasn't anything else. Chapter 54:11. Lin Fei was very happy to be able to sign in such a thing, especially the 200 Minotaurs. This was the biggest test. Lin Fei really didn't like other things. However, this thing was different. It was a Tauren. With these Minotaurs, he would naturally have a lot of luck. Everything else could be put aside. At the very least, his 200 acres of land was finally settled. Then, the 200 Minotaurs appeared in front of Lin Fei. He had become extremely respectful. "Greetings, Lord." The voices of the 200 Minotaurs were incomparably loud. It was really completely different from before. As long as you work hard, you can have everything. If you don't work hard, I'll sell all of you. I believe many people will be very interested in you. Lin Fei didn't say anything, But just this sentence was enough to let these guys know what it meant to be powerful. After giving the instructions, the 200 Minotaurs began to move. Without any need for any command, they organized a few small teams. They plowed the 200 acres of land in the first place. Lin Fei also discovered something quite interesting. As long as the Minotaurs plowed the land, it wouldn't affect them at all. It wasn't like how he was at the beginning, which was full of trouble. He needed merit more. Now that he compared them, it was completely different. Without comparison, there would be no harm. This time, he finally learned something new. This Heaven's Path space really had a lot of good things hidden. It was a pity that he didn't know about it before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to work so hard before. If he had to do it himself, it would be different now. He could just let them do it themselves. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that these things were a little too little. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. What a pity. In any case, in the next few days, Lin Fei was the most leisurely person. These fellows had already plowed the land once. Things like rice and corn were quite easy to harvest. Most importantly, these guys seemed to be quite good at working. Lin Fei had also asked them before and found out that their favorite thing to do in the other world was to farm. Owning large tracts of farms was what they were most happy to do. Now, he could return to his old profession. What could be more delightful than eating and drinking without any worries? There was absolutely no one else. There was no second one. Ding! Sign in for 500 acres of land in the heavenly lost space. On this day, Lin Fei signed in again. However, the sign-in this time was relatively simple. It was just 500 mu of land, but it came at the right time. He already had a few hundred acres of land. With the addition of this 500 acres of land, he should be qualified to become a so-called farm. Previously, there was no mention of a farm, but now it was different. He had the right to do so. Naturally, Lin Fei would not miss it. It was just as Lin Fei had thought. A notification popped up. His farm was located at the back. It wasn't like what he had expected. This was just as Lin Fei had expected. After all, he didn't want to be too high profile. It was fine as long as there was a farm. Nothing else mattered. With 500 acres of land, the Taurans suddenly had a lot of work. In the past, such a small amount of land was really too simple for them. Now it was much easier. A month later, there was a harvest in the field. The harvest this time was quite good. Merit corn. There were more immortal peaches and rice than usual. Lin Fei was also surprised. He actually had such a harvest. It seemed that these Taurans were really quite useful. He had 200 Taurans. It was really a big bargain. Unlike the others, without these Taurans, it would be a little difficult to do things. Chapter 54:12. The efficiency of 200 Taurans was naturally incomparable to before. The output was also higher than before. Lin Fei could finally take a breather. There were so many good things. It seemed like he had to find a suitable channel. He didn't know whether he would use them or sell them. Just as Lin Fei was about to put them away, he heard a voice. This voice naturally came from the heavenly Tao. It was different from before. All the things grown in the Merit Land can be exchanged for gold coins. Gold coins can be used to buy all kinds of things here. This time, it was quite different. At the very least, it made everyone feel very surprised. Even the big farm owners were the same. In the blink of an eye, they were extremely excited. Finally, the second stage began again. It was very different from before. Everyone was quite surprised. They really didn't expect it to be this thing. It was actually recycling the things that were grown in the land. This was more interesting. If there were no surprises, only some Taurans and the like could be exchanged for. Now, it was a competition of whose farm was bigger. The bigger it was, the more gold coins it could be exchanged for. Or rather, other seeds. During this time, Lin Fei was also interested in them. Then, a cornucopia appeared in his farm. This treasure cornucopia was different from usual. This treasure cornucopia looked empty, but things could be placed inside. It was quite interesting. At the very least, whoever had more land would be able to obtain more gold coins. Other than that, there was also something that looked like a canopy next to it. There were many things that could be seen on it. In other words, everything on it could be bought. At this moment, everyone could see it. Oh my God, a Tauren actually cost 10,000 gold coins. That's not cheap. Of course. Otherwise, why would they say that it's a reward for Taurans? I wonder how much income we can get from selling these things. Did you guys notice that one moo of merit land here costs 1 million? Good heavens, it's really not something that anyone can afford. Everyone looked at each other in shock. This thing was really different from what they had imagined. This thing was indeed a bit different from ordinary things. This gap wasn't something that anyone could catch up to. Lin Fei was even more thankful that he had signed in for 200 acres of land previously. Now, he had signed another 500 mu of land. In addition to the land that he had seized previously, he had almost 900 mu of land. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. Compared to most people, there was still a certain difference. Before he saw it, he might have had some thoughts, but after seeing it, it was different. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't think much about it and directly exchanged. It was this thing that he threw into it. The first to be thrown in was the merit corn. However, the price of the corn was quite cheap. One corn could only be exchanged for 10 gold coins. This was a little too little. That much corn could only be exchanged for tens of thousands of gold coins. Good heavens, this gold coin is hard to earn. Lin Fei stared at his immortal peach. One had to know that the peaches of immortality were not cheap. It was normal for a commodity like corn to be cheap. If it was something else, it might be different. He directly asked the Tauren to pick the so-called peaches of immortality. Lin Fei didn't eat many of these peaches of immortality, so he kept them. He was preparing to use them when they would come in handy. He didn't expect them to come in handy now. He casually threw in a peaches of immortality. Successfully received peaches of immortality. Received 10,000 gold coins. Good heavens, this ratio was a little too big. Even Lin Fei himself was overjoyed at this turn of events. It was really too scary. Corn could only be exchanged for 10 gold coins, but this peaches of immortality could be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. It was really different. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief. Looking back at the peaches of immortality on the tree, it seemed like he could earn at least a few million. Chapter 54:13. He exchanged for one peach. Lin Fei finally understood the difference between them. It was huge. Without hesitation, he had the Minotaurs pluck all the peaches. In any case, his current magic power was already very vigorous, and he really didn't go all out in a fight. Therefore, it was better to turn these peaches into gold coins first. That way, he could buy a lot of things. Let's see what we can buy here. He guessed that many people were here to watch it. This was the perfect time to exchange the peaches for gold coins. 1 peach, 3 peaches, 100 peaches, 200 peaches, 300 peaches, 400 peaches. The number of immortality peaches on the immortality peach tree was extraordinary. Lin Fei had planted more than 1 peach tree. Although he had been too busy before, it wasn't a problem for him to plant a few more peach trees. Now it was time for the harvest. It was far more ferocious than he had imagined. It was really one after another. Congratulations to Lin Fei for being the first to obtain 10 million gold coins. Reward, 100 Minotaurs. Just as everyone was frantically collecting crops, a notification popped up. This notification left them completely dumbfounded. That Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect had collected 10 million gold coins in one go. What kind of joke was this? Ordinary merit crops were only worth a dozen gold coins, 20 gold coins, or even 30 gold coins. Even if they were sold, they would only be worth hundreds of thousands or millions of gold coins. They were all quite ferocious. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had actually reached 10 million gold coins. What kind of joke was this? Just like that, he obtained 100 Minotaurs as a reward. Originally, the big farm owners were proud of themselves and prepared to sell them for a high price. Now, they were completely dumbfounded. Lin Fei was the most ferocious of them all. No wonder there hadn't been any movements recently. So, he had planted a lot of valuable things. 10 million gold coins. Now, it seemed even more difficult for them to catch up. Another 100 Minotaurs appeared in Lin Fei's farm. Before, there were already 200. Now, there were another 100, and there were 300 Minotaurs. The reward is not bad. 100 Taurens could do a lot of things. Lin Fei didn't pay any attention to him. He asked the Tauren from before to manage them separately. He wanted to see what could be exchanged in this so-called sky screen. He was looking forward to it. Open it. He looked at the merit seeds. Among them, there were many merit seeds that were not cheap. Other than that, there was also the Tauren. Taurens were not cheap either. A Tauren would cost 10,000 gold coins. 200 Taurens would cost 2 million gold coins. Now that he had rewarded 100 Taurens, he had earned another 1 million gold coins. If he sold it, he would be able to make a fortune. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood. He continued reading. With these peaches of immortality, he would have a stable income. It was just that there weren't enough of them. Let's keep looking. What high-grade merit seeds? That way, he would be able to earn more gold coins. Soon, he saw the peach of immortality seed. This peach of immortality seed was quite expensive. Such a peach of immortality seed could only be bought with 30 million gold coins. This was not a small number. His sign-in was really not bad. Looking further, there was actually the Great Luo Heavenly Fruit. This thing actually cost 100 million gold coins to buy. None of these were suitable for him. Soon, he found something that suited him. Spirits. The role of spirits was very important. They could accelerate the growth of merit crops. Originally, a month could be shortened to half a month or even 10 days. Such a spirit wasn't cheap either. It actually cost 1 million gold coins to buy one. Of course, this was ordinary. A spirit that was one level higher would cost 5 million gold coins. The more powerful ones would only cost 10 million gold coins. Lin Fei directly used 10 million gold coins. He bought a spirit. Chapter 54:14. As for other things, Lin Fei didn't care about them at the moment. To him, other things weren't of much use. But this elf's words were different. This thing was very useful. At the very least, it could increase the speed of the merit crops. This was definitely a helper that a farm needed the most. Without this thing, it would feel like something was missing. He decisively spent the 10 million yuan. Lin Fei didn't feel the pinch at all. Then, an elf came to Lin Fei's side. This elf looked around, but when she saw Lin Fei, she called him Master. "Hello, Master. I'm Lilith, the Great Elf. I'll take care of you from now on. Is this 900 mu of land your farm?" This elf's strength was not considered very strong, and as long as he used some tricks, he would be able to destroy her. As expected of something that the Heavenly Tao had captured. God knows how many things the Heavenly Tao had captured. This elf was quite pretty, and she was quite good-looking. She would be a good choice to manage his farm. "That's right, this is my farm. You can call me Lord from now on. How long can you speed up the management of crops?" Lin Fei was quite concerned about this. The flat peaches weren't other merit crops. If they were seeds or carrots, they would naturally ripen quickly. What he had was a peach of immortality, which cost 30 million gold coins to buy each. Naturally, they couldn't be ripened so easily. During this period, Lin Fei used a lot of merit to speed up the ripening process. Wow, there are so many flat peaches here. Let me take a look. The elf flapped her wings and flew up. Then, a scepter appeared in her hand, and it flew back in a short while. She seemed to have checked the entire farm. "My lord, I've just checked. Under normal circumstances, this flat peach will take half a year to ripen, and it will also require a lot of merit points. However, if I'm here, it'll only take 3 months at the fastest. If there are more elves, the speed will be even faster." Half a year's time was directly pushed to 3 months' time. This was within Lin Fei's expectations. The Great Elf was quite impressive. After all, the 10 million gold coins weren't spent in vain. Unfortunately, these immortal peaches were all plucked clean. In other words, he would have to wait for 3 months if he wanted a new immortality peach. At that time, he would earn another 10 million peaches of immortality. "Then I'll leave these Saturn peaches to you." Lin Fei was straightforward. Lilith soon settled down on a big peach tree. It was the first immortal peach tree, and this one was already quite big. There were no more peaches of immortality on it. Lin Fei began to look forward to signing in. In 3 months, he should be able to get some good stuff. For example, seeds. Lin Fei was looking forward to it more and more. After learning of the arrival of Lilith, Lin Fei's sign-in became much smoother. The rewards seemed to be developing in a good direction. Ding! Sign-in successful in the Heavenly Tao space. Obtained 200 acres of merit land. Ding! Sign-in successful in Heavenly Law space. Received 300 mu of merit points. He wondered if it had something to do with the land of merit. Lin Fei's sign-in was basically inseparable from this land of merit. One had to know that this land of merit required 1 million gold coins to buy an acre. Now, his original 900 acres had increased to a total of 5,000 acres in one go. It was a huge improvement. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could reach 10,000 acres. Lin Fei remembered that there weren't many private farms that reached thousands of acres. Basically, they were the ones that were pieced together to form a large farm. There weren't many like Lin Fei. Fortunately, no one had reached 10,000 acres of merit land yet. Ding! Sign-in successful in the Heavenly Law space. Obtained Bloodline Merit Seed. Lin Fei finally received something that made him extremely excited. Chapter 54:15. Lin Fei was indeed very surprised to get such a thing. He never thought that he would actually get such a good thing. In the blink of an eye, he knew that this thing would be great. This thing could be used to grow special bloodlines. There were strong and weak bloodlines among these bloodlines. It was just that this thing could only grow one bloodline, so it was a little precious. Otherwise, it would definitely be worth a lot of money if he recycled it. Without hesitation, he found a place to plant this thing. Then, Lilith came over. Lilith had already become a full-time caretaker of this farm. With her around, the karmic crops grew much faster. Master, I feel that this thing is very mysterious and very powerful. Whoever consumes this thing will have their strength increase by leaps and bounds. After Lilith came over, she didn't dare to get too close. She could feel that this thing was different. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Then take good care of it. This thing is quite valuable. It's more valuable than anything else. You can focus your attention on it." With that said, Lilith basically stayed here to guard the place. The situation outside was also developing quite rapidly. No matter who it was, they all got a lot of good things. Of course, the second person to get 10 million gold coins was actually a god, followed by the other two guys. It could be said that they were immovable, but so far, they didn't seem to get anything good. They were no longer in a hurry. It was better for him to successfully plant this bloodline first. Half a year later, the bloodline seed was finally planted. This thing wasn't like other things that could mature in a short period of time. If it weren't for Lilith, it would really be quite troublesome. He estimated that it would take even longer. Congratulations to Lin Fei for planting the first bloodline merit seed. You have obtained the 7th rank Immortal grade Lightning bloodline. Originally, Lin Fei was going to keep a low profile, but he never expected that he would be in the limelight again. Everyone knew about it. Many people raised their heads again. F***, I'm speechless. Where did this guy get this seed from? He even has a bloodline seed, and he even planted the lightning bloodline. This Thunderbolt bloodline is definitely not simple. I wonder if I can buy this bloodline. If I buy it, will my strength increase a lot? It's actually a level 7 Immortal grade lightning bloodline. That's some good stuff. Let's hurry up and take a look. At this moment, Lin Fei was also quite speechless. He was prepared to secretly sell this bloodline. It was a 7th order Immortal rank lightning bloodline. There was no need to guess to know that it was definitely not low. If it went up, it would be rank 8, rank 9, or the legendary ones. Being able to reach this grade should be pretty good. Naturally, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to throw inside. Although it could be exchanged for a lot of gold coins, others might be willing to pay a higher price. Lin Fei gave a try. Let's see how many gold coins we can exchange for. True enough, this Immortal grade lightning bloodline could be sold for a high price. The price was directly 50 million. Good heavens, this was too scary. With such a price, other people might not be able to get it. As expected, someone came. The first to rush over was actually a god. After this fellow came, he became really polite. Of course, deep down, he was really shocked. This fellow was really mysterious to be able to get such a thing. When he came over, he saw large patches of merit land. There were even flat peaches, large amounts of gold coins. There were actually so many. This made him even more shocked. This guy was really a low-key guy. He could get so many things. You are here again. You can't be here for my item, right? My item isn't as valuable as you think it is. Lin Fei came out. He saw the god. Brother Lin's celestial grade lightning bloodline is something I want, so I definitely have to get it. What will make Cultivator Lin sell it? Or should I exchange it with you? Chapter 54:16. For deity. Actually, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. This guy was quite capable. Until now, he still hadn't figured out where this guy had come from. He seemed very mysterious. He could actually reach 10 million gold coins in such a short time, let alone the other two. Such a person was definitely very powerful. You're quite well informed. You came here so quickly. Do you think I will definitely sell this thing? After all, this thing looks quite good. What do you think it will look like if I take it back? Lin Fei's words made Deity's face change a lot. He really didn't think that this guy would take this thing back for recycling. If this thing was taken back for recycling, it would definitely be different. It would be quite powerful. It could be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. This guy must have seen it before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Perhaps it's better than what you can imagine. After all, you know my identity. What I can offer will definitely shock you. You should know that I can contact the higher-ups, even if this space is unique. Since we were chosen by the higher-ups, we naturally have the ability to communicate with the higher-ups. There are many people who can do this, and I'm one of them. Zhao Hai said with a smile. You can get a lot of money if you want to recycle it, but I think you should listen to my offer first. Perhaps it's better than what you think. After all, you know my identity. Lin Fei was indeed listening. He wanted to see what was going on, but he never expected this guy to be far more mysterious than he had imagined. He could communicate with the higher-ups. This was a unique space. This place wasn't like other places. He wanted to communicate with them. At least, Lin Fei hadn't figured out anything yet. From this guy's words, he knew that he must have put in a lot of effort for this thing. Since you've said so, I'll listen carefully and see what it is. Since he was here, Lin Fei definitely had to give him some chances. He wanted to see what this guy could get out of it. Rank 7 Immortal Thunder Bloodline is a very high-level thing. After cultivating it, you can master high-level thunder power. It's very overbearing. Just listen quietly. Lin Fei felt that this guy would only get to the main point later. I'm willing to communicate with the higher-ups to let you become a member of the Heavenly Fates sect. Moreover, you will be a core disciple, truly above ordinary disciples. You don't know how powerful a sect with an immortal emperor's legacy is. Above us, the strongest are immortal emperors. Immortal emperors can be counted on one's fingers. Our sect has produced 2 immortal emperors, and we have a complete immortal emperor cultivation method. This is something many people can't do. In other words, you have this opportunity to become an immortal emperor. Apart from that, we can also form an alliance in the heavenly Tao space. Don't think that the second stage is like this. It will become more and more cruel towards the end. As long as we support each other, we can make it to the end. I can even tell you an ultimate secret, a big secret about the heavenly Tao space. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He knew that there must be a big secret in this heaven's Tao space. However, he still didn't know what this secret was. It was obvious that all of them had been selected. It was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. They were definitely here for the ultimate secret. Lin Fei smiled. Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort for this thing. I really don't know what to say. Because you have this value, unlike the others. The others don't have this value at all. You're different. Your methods are still unfathomable. Therefore, I feel that you will go further and further in the future, and we naturally like people like you. God was straightforward. Ordinary people didn't have this value at all. It looks pretty good, but it's actually all fake. Lin Fei shook his head. Chapter 54:17. In that case, it was actually quite fair to Lin Fei. After all, this guy was different from the others. To be able to say that, it meant that he knew a lot of secrets. However, he was actually whetting Lin Fei's appetite about the ultimate secret. Lin Fei thought that this guy would say it, but he realized that this guy was keeping him in suspense. It seemed like he was the only one who would agree. Only then would he say it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was happy for nothing. Of course, it also let Lin Fei know one thing. This place wasn't as dangerous as he had imagined. This little thing really wasn't attractive to Lin Fei. If you don't have anything else, then you can only be disappointed because I won't sell this thing easily unless it has real value. I think you should be clear about that. Since he said that, God knew that it wouldn't be easy to get this immortal Thunderbolt bloodline. He could only leave. After all, These things were still very attractive to ordinary people. However, after meeting someone like Lin Fei, he knew that it definitely wouldn't be that easy. He could put other things aside and wait for this person to leave. Celestial was here too, followed by Saint. The two of them were quite different. The things that the two of them had gotten were quite good. It also vaguely revealed that they knew what kind of good things would come out of this heaven-doused space. Not many people would believe this kind of thing, even if they said it. Lin Fei could clearly tell that this was what they meant. It was a pity that Lin Fei didn't agree at all. They could only leave helplessly. Lilith came over. She also saw these people. However, she didn't run out because Lin Fei said that she didn't need to come out when there was someone else. It didn't matter when there was no one else. Master, I think we can let the Minotaurs consume this so-called 7th rank immortal grade lightning bloodline. I heard that the Minotaurs are rather violent. If they absorb and refine it, they might become extremely powerful. After all, the Minotaurs are also divided into strong and weak ones. The stronger they are, the more ferocious their abilities are. For example, when they reach a certain realm, the Minotaurs can erupt with the so-called war trample and plow the fields with ease. Lin Fei originally planned to recycle this item. After all, the price offered by these guys was really quite ordinary. It wasn't eye-catching at all. But now, Lilith's words were a little different. It seemed to be quite correct. In Lin Fei's opinion, the Thunderbolt bloodline wasn't of much use. His body was already very strong, and such a thing falling into his body shouldn't be of much use. However, it was completely different for the Tauren. This was the Heavenly Tao dimension. He called the most powerful bull one over. This name was naturally given to him. This name was really quite suitable to be used on him. Why not give him the name Ox King? Lin Fei felt that this name was a little too flashy. It wasn't as good as Bull One, so the name Bull One came into being. I heard that the Tauren's bloodline has ancient lightning in it. I wonder if this bloodline can stimulate these ancient abilities after consuming it. Lin Fei looked at Bull One and said, Ox One became incomparably holy. My lord, it is said that our ancestors produced the most powerful Tauren warrior a long time ago. He was known as the most powerful existence in the world. He was able to awaken his bloodline. Lin Fei casually threw the Thunderbolt bloodline to Bull One. Take this thing and see if it can stimulate the ancient bloodline in your body. If it can, then your uncle can inherit your most powerful ancient method. Just like that, the Thunderbolt bloodline fell into Bull One's hands. He was taken aback. Then he was ecstatic. Thank you, Master. This bloodline can definitely stimulate my ancient method or inheritance. Chapter 54:18. Even Lilith was extremely shocked. She never thought that this lord would actually give such a good bloodline to the Tauren. It was simply a pie that fell from the sky. This Tauren was probably going to faint from laughing. Bull One took out this bloodline and consumed it right away. This guy was different from the others. Others might not be able to tell in a short time, but his words were different. It was enough to be real. After Bull One consumed this bloodline, he could obviously feel the difference. He felt as if he was flying. The surging explosive feeling was obvious at a glance. Lilith saw it clearly from the side. She kept using her methods. She wanted to suppress this violence. Lin Fei shook his head. This was a little difficult. This guy's methods weren't that simple. Then, he waved his hand and suppressed it. He controlled the violent power in his body. This berserk power was getting stronger and stronger. It was so fierce that it was a complete mess. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, this Bull One wouldn't have been able to withstand the transformation of this powerful Thunderbolt bloodline. It was really very violent. Only he himself knew how strong this thing was. If it was anything else, it wouldn't matter. However, this thing was different. It was really fierce. Just like that. Lin Fei persisted for a long time and finally managed to get this guy done. It took Bull One a few days to completely absorb and refine this bloodline. Then, he also underwent a huge change. He was already tall enough, but now he became a small giant. He was really fierce. Of course, this small giant seemed to have been condensed. At the beginning, he was incomparably big, but then he returned to his original size. His entire body was filled with an incomparably fierce aura. Anyone could see at a glance. At this moment, Bull 1 was extremely powerful. Even 200 Taurens weren't his match. It was the same for Lilith. She even used this new method. After Lin Fei saw it, he was extremely satisfied. He didn't disappoint him. He finally made something decent. Not bad. I didn't expect you to make this. I'm quite satisfied. At this time, Lin Fei could also feel that this guy's combat power had directly reached the eternal level. This eternal level was still quite powerful. If they were to fight, even people of the same realm would not be a match for him. At this time, he could at least erupt with the fighting strength of a 7th or 8th Revolution Eternal. This guy had indeed improved by leaps and bounds. No one of those guys wanted this thing. What he took out didn't make anyone's eyes light up. They could only take their leave. My lord, I've activated the ancient method of summoning the Taurens. This means that I can summon the Taurens from other farms. The more they can't resist, the harder it is for them to resist. At this moment, Bull 1 became incomparably serious. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised. This fellow actually had such a trick up his sleeve. Lilith also came over. I heard that this is the Tauren's strongest skill. This was not bad. Taurens were not cheap either. If he could get some ox heads, it would cost him 10,000 each. 100 of them would be worth 1,000,000 gold coins. There would be a lot of gains. Thinking about it, it was quite good. Then you'll be responsible for getting some Taurens back. We still lack a lot of Taurens here. Why don't you want free Taurens? This kind of good thing could not be found anywhere else. Now that someone had come in handy, what were they waiting for? Chapter 54:19. Even if he used such a thing, it wasn't much to Lin Fei. Anyway, this thing was obtained from signing in. He didn't give too many rewards, so the one in charge of managing it was Lilith. Moreover, Hulk 1's combat strength had greatly increased, and he could even summon the so-called Taurens. Where else could he find such a good thing? Hulk 1 was immediately sent out. Lin Fei wanted to see how this Tauren's so-called summoning was. If this summoning was good, then he would get more Taurens back. In any case, the Heavenly Tao had already rewarded many Taurens. Even some big landlords had gotten a lot of Taurens back. Hence, it was quite a good idea to go out and earn some money. Hulk 1 also left the farm immediately. This was the first time he ran out. But even if he ran out, Hulk 1 was extremely serious. He knew what he had to do, and what was the most important thing he had to do. That was the so-called summoning of the Taurens. Hulk 1 knew very well what he had to do. He came to the nearest farm. He used the so-called Taurens method. One had to know that the Taurens summoning method was very powerful. These guys were all controlled, but the Taurens method was different. They could easily break through this restriction. It was the king of the Taurens. This method was quite powerful. If it wasn't for a coincidence, he wouldn't have been able to solve the ancient method and inheritance. At this moment, it became very useful. After these Taurens heard this summon, they could immediately break through all the restrictions. They directly ran out. For example, there weren't many Taurens, only 30 of them. But these 30 Taurens who were still doing something ran out in the blink of an eye. Their speed was extremely fast. The few experts in the farm also flew out. When they flew out, they were a little dumbfounded. Look at me, I'll look at you. They couldn't come back to their senses. How long had it been? Why did the Taurens run away? It didn't make sense at all. This was a reward from the Heavenly Tao. If it ran away just like that, how were they supposed to explain it? They couldn't explain it at all. Without saying a word, they directly made their move. They had to capture this Tauren first. When they rushed out, they realized that these Taurens had run in front of another Tauren. This Tauren looked very simple and ordinary. They didn't even have much of an aura, but in the blink of an eye, they knew what fear was. The other party's fists smashed over again and again. They were no longer a match for him. His blood and chi were churning violently, and he felt as though his bones were about to explode. This kind of feeling was really too rare. If you don't want to die, then go back obediently. It's none of your business to care about the Taurens of your own clan. Do you understand? These people had never seen such an arrogant Tauren. Most importantly, this Tauren's strength was incomparably strong. Now they had no idea what had happened. Why would a Tauren come out? This was simply a mystery. Most importantly, how could this Tauren be so strong? It was far beyond their imagination. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But if it was such a strong person, they would be completely helpless. These guys were really hard to deal with. That was all. Ox One brought all the Minotaurs away. Only he knew that only by following him could these Minotaurs unlock those ancient methods. At this moment, these Minotaurs followed him obediently. Ox One wasn't in a hurry to go back. Instead, he continued to look for this Tauren. The more Taurens there were, the better. Only then would he be worthy of his lord and such a treasure. Without his lord, he wouldn't be where he was now. Chapter 54:20. How many Taurens could Yi bring back? Lin Fei wasn't sure himself, but there was one thing he was clear about. That was that he wouldn't be disappointed on this trip. He reckoned that he would be able to obtain a lot of good things. It would probably be quite normal for him to get a few hundred Taurens. Anyway, the things he obtained weren't very expensive, so he didn't feel bad about using them. He didn't feel bad at all. Ding! Sign in successfully in the Heavenly Dao space. Obtained 1 ginseng fruit tree. This time, even Lin Fei himself was incomparably shocked. He actually received a ginseng fruit tree. This thing seemed to be quite domineering. It immediately reminded him of the ginseng fruit in Journey to the West. This thing only bore flowers after hundreds of thousands of years, and it took hundreds of thousands of years for it to mature. Of course, it sounded quite exaggerated. As for what exactly was going on, he didn't know. One thing was very correct, and that was as long as he worked hard. That was, he would be able to get his hands on this thing. Without saying a word, he planted the ginseng fruit. The ginseng fruit was different from other things. Originally, he thought that he had enough peaches of immortality. A peach of immortality could be worth 100,000 gold coins, but this ginseng fruit was different. It was definitely enough to make people feel incomparably shocked. Congratulations, God, for obtaining an immortal peach. You are the first to reach 30 million gold coins. Just as Lin Fei planted the ginseng fruit, he saw a message. It was actually God. That guy obtained an immortal peach. The gold coins reached 30 million gold coins. This immortal peach was definitely very good. After all, his peaches of immortality were already quite good, let alone the immortal peach. Of course, in terms of grade, the immortal peach was probably inferior to his. Not to mention, he already had this ginseng fruit. The ginseng fruit was a good thing. Eternal God. Lilith also flew over at the first moment. As soon as she flew over, she could feel that this so-called ginseng fruit was not simple. Master, where did you get such a good thing from? I feel that this thing is even better than the previous peaches of immortality. Even that bloodline seems to be much worse than this. This is definitely a good thing. Lilith walked around the small tree. That's for sure. This is definitely a good thing. What you need to do now is very simple. Raise this thing for me. It'll probably take a lot of time, maybe even 2 or 3 years. But as long as it blooms and bears fruit, you'll be able to enjoy the taste of the fruit. It'll also increase your strength by a level. Of course, Lin Fei knew the benefits of this ginseng fruit. Not to mention, if 1 ginseng fruit could be exchanged for gold coins, it could probably reach 500,000 gold coins each. If one was lucky, it could even be exchanged for 70,000 gold coins each. It was definitely a huge harvest. When the time came, he would be the first to break 100 million gold coins. The second person to break through 100 million gold coins, or to be precise, 1 billion gold coins, was still not within his grasp. Lin Fei's mood became exceptionally good. Everything else could be put aside, but the ginseng fruit had to be planted. He felt that it would be quite a pity if he didn't manage to grow it. Lilith started work on it immediately. He knew the importance of this ginseng fruit more than anyone else. Someone would take care of the ginseng fruit. Then, Lin Fei naturally had nothing to care about. Whoosh whoosh. Groups of Jingguang appeared in the sky again. As soon as these Jingguang appeared, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. Was this the second time he had started? Last time he did snatch some things, but he wasn't satisfied. Now, it seemed that it was a little different. It seemed that something good had come down again. It seemed that he could go and have a look. He rushed out with a whoosh. He was ahead of everyone else. 7,017K. Chapter 54:21. As for what it would be this time, In fact, Lin Fei himself wasn't very clear. But he knew that this heavenly axiom would probably let everyone improve the combat power of the farm step by step. Otherwise, it would definitely not release the second thing. Lin Fei had to grab some things from this opportunity. As for what he could grab, it would depend on his luck. Lin Fei flew out. He flew towards the nearest Jingguang. As soon as he came over, there were several figures around him. But as soon as they got close, they were directly sent flying by Lin Fei. One by one, they recognized Lin Fei. Without saying a word, they slipped away. They couldn't afford to offend him. Lin Fei finally got the first group of Jingguang. This group of Jingguang was really different. It was actually a seed, but these seeds were actually different. After getting it, Lin Fei had some information. This was actually a kind of seed that could be used for defense at the edge of the farm. It was called a cold tree. These trees could form a fence. Lin Fei finally knew that his guess was right. This heavenly axiom was definitely strengthening everyone's power step by step. But whether or not he could get good things depended on his luck. In Lin Fei's opinion, this thing really didn't have much use. But since so many Jingguang were released here, there should be a lot of good things. What he had to do was very simple. He just had to snatch all of them. 1 Jingguang, 2 Jingguang, 3 Jingguang, 4 Jingguang. As Lin Yunfei kept making moves, he grabbed these things one by one. It was really as he had imagined. These things really had a certain effect on defense. Even, there were some that were more special. Lin Fei was also very surprised. It seemed that this heavenly axiom space wasn't as simple as he had imagined. To put it bluntly, this place might be a real test. Now, it looked peaceful, but it might not be long before it was different. However, none of these Jingguang made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He returned to his farm again. In 10 years, the first beast tide attack will begin. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. When Lin Fei came back, he heard the sound. This time, the voice was as calm as ever, but it made people feel that something was amiss. Ah, my farm has just started and there's already a beast tide. What kind of joke is this? I'm dumbfounded. I haven't prepared anything yet. Why don't we form an alliance? It seems like the real elimination is about to begin. Everyone knew what was going on. It was definitely the same as what they had imagined. It's time for a mass call. There are too many people coming in, but it wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Now, he could almost do it. The Heavenly Tao had already given out the second reward. The second reward could form a certain level of resistance against the beast tide. As for who had done enough preparation work, that was another matter. When Lin Fei heard this, he shook his head and knew that he was right. He definitely wouldn't let everyone waste too much time here. Lin Fei found that many things beside the recycling furnace had begun to refresh. In other words, there were some things that could be bought. There were some things that weren't there before, so Lin Fei knew what they were after a glance. There were indeed a lot of things that had been refreshed. It was just for them to buy. Then, the preparation work would be more sufficient. It was to let everyone empty their gold coins. Damn, this Heavenly Tao was getting better and better at doing business. For example, there were some powerful arrangements that also required money. The money ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions. Will that ginseng fruit tree mature in 10 years? Lilith also flew over. Master doesn't need 10 years. It will take at most 2 to 3 years to mature. Chapter 54:22. Whether it was 2 or 3 years, Lin Fei could afford to wait. Of course, he had also planted all the things outside. He wanted to see what the beast tide would be like when the time came. He couldn't say that the beast would be very strong, right? If that was the case, he would be bullying them. Lilith started to get busy too. After planting the seeds, she realized that the seeds were indeed growing quite quickly. Soon, the farm underwent a huge change. A batch of things on the ground had also matured. However, he hadn't returned yet. That fellow had run away for half a year, and there was no news of him at all. Lin Fei was still wondering if this fellow would be killed by someone. If he was really killed, it would be a pity. After all, he had given him the Thunderbolt bloodline, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If he was killed like that, it would definitely be a pity. Walala walala. Suddenly, a sound woke Lin Fei up. He was squinting his eyes on the ginseng fruit tree. Recently, he realized that this ginseng fruit tree was quite good, so he built a house here, which was a small wooden hut. When he had nothing to do, he could meditate and drink tea here. It was definitely a pleasure. Walala. He came to the sky outside. When he came to the sky, he saw many figures coming over from afar. Other than that, there were also loud noises. The noises were quite loud. Lin Fei heard them clearly. Once he went over, he could hear them more clearly. He saw a lot of Taurens coming over. If it was other Taurens, it would have been fine. However, these Taurens were different from usual. These Taurens seemed to have grown a lot taller, and they were all injured. The leader was a tall Tauren. However, he was also covered in injuries. Sooner or later, all of you will be unlucky. I, Niu-Yi, am not that easy to bully. Niu-Yi's voice was quite loud. It was like a loud voice. Walala. From afar, many treasures smashed over. They didn't care about the rules at all. One treasure after another. It was really quite scary. This was quite different. Not everyone could withstand it, but the Tauren and the others could. Bull-One was having a hard time. After seeing this scene, Lin Fei knew that Bull-One was finally back. It seemed like they had brought back quite a number of Taurens. There were at least 3,000 Minotaurs. Good heavens, he didn't disappoint me. Was 3,000 Taurens a lot? That must be a lot. It was worth 30 million gold coins. With such a large fortune, it was no wonder that so many people wanted to take action. Everyone wanted to pick up this bargain and take it home. But he didn't even ask if she agreed or not. These people were indeed here to take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that such a Tauren would actually be so ferocious? After abducting so many Taurens, they were still confused about what was going on. They didn't know what happened, but one thing was clear. At this time, if they didn't snatch the Tauren back, they would be completely out of luck if someone else took the Tauren one step ahead of them. Lin Fei directly arrived in the sky above Oxhead. He used his power to form a shield and controlled them. You people came to my territory to attack these Taurens. Aren't you not giving me, Lin Fei, face? Or do you want me to kill all of you one by one? As soon as Lin Fei unleashed his technique, all of his other techniques were blocked. These people recognized Lin Fei immediately. Their faces were filled with fear and dread. They all knew how powerful this guy was. Who didn't know how mysterious he was? Why did he come here all of a sudden? Chapter 54:23. With so many Taurens around, Lin Fei was certainly not willing to let them take them away. If they were taken away, where would he find more Taurens? 3,000 Taurens. With Lin Fei's attack, he stopped all of them in an instant. They all recognized that this person was Lin Fei. It's just that they were surprised that Lin Fei would appear at this time. In the blink of an eye, they realized that this Tauren had run all the way to Lin Fei's place. Could it be that these Taurens were all created by Lin Fei? No. It should be said that the Tauren who took the lead was the most mysterious. He was also extraordinarily powerful. Even these people would not be able to deal with him in a short time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on for so long. They were really puzzled at this time. Of course, they felt more helpless. They could have met anyone, but they actually met Lin Fei. Since I'm already here, if you still want to fight, no problem. I'll make my move later. Don't blame me then. Lin Fei's words were not very loud, but they made their expressions change slightly. Anything else was indeed not a good thing to say. In other words, this guy definitely had the ability to drive them away. It was highly likely that these Minotaurs had come here. 3,000 Taurens, worth 30 million gold coins. It was scary just thinking about it. Lin Fei, you're too overbearing. These Taurens obviously ran out of our farms. What should we do if you snatch them away like this? A figure snorted coldly. Just like that, he stared at him. However, when he stared at him, it was a magical attack that landed on his body. He was torn apart on the spot. Let's see who else is willing to stand up and say it. Just stand up and say it. I'll fulfill your wish. You can't even deal with the Taurens, yet you still came to find me. You must be a little stupid. The one who was killed just now was a 7th Revolution Eternal Level powerhouse, which meant that he was quite strong. But in front of Lin Fei, he was killed in the blink of an eye. How could they sit still? He was so scared that his face turned pale. This Lin Fei was really going to make a move. Don't forget that he was ranked 10th. Some people even said that this guy was definitely not just ranked 10th. His strength was definitely very strong. If he didn't have the strength to fight, wasn't that just asking for trouble? They turned around and left one by one. They didn't stay at all. He was afraid that he wouldn't even know if he was killed by someone else. At this time, it was better to walk as far as possible. That would be the best. After these people left, Lin Fei was too lazy to deal with them. After all, it was meaningless to deal with these people. They were not very strong, and the strongest one was only a rank 8 Eternal. In front of him, they were no different from ants. Sir, I've finally brought back Minotaurs for you. These are all Minotaurs that I brought back from outside. There are 3,000 of them. Bull One finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally brought back these Minotaurs as he wished. He was worried that he would be kidnapped on the way. Although he was very strong, he couldn't fight against so many people. Fortunately, he managed to hold on. Lin Fei patted Bull One's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. You did a good deed this time. Go back and make arrangements for the 3,000 Minotaurs. From now on, you'll be the Minotaur's butler. Without saying anything, Lin Fei arranged a position for this guy. That was the Minotaur's butler. These Minotaurs quickly settled down. At the same time, many farmers had gathered together, and all of them looked quite displeased. They had just received the news that the Minotaurs had all gone to Lin Fei's place. 3,000 Minotaurs, and among them were some of their Minotaurs. This is too unreasonable. This Lin Fei is too arrogant. We can't let him continue. If he continues, we will be the unlucky ones. Chapter 54:24. Lin Fei's existence really made many people feel incomparably uncomfortable, especially the 3,000 Taurens recently, which definitely caused a lot of commotion. They had never seen so many Taurens before, and these Taurens were all taken away by that guy. They were really angry after seeing it. However, they couldn't do anything. After all, Lin Fei's strength was quite strong. This was no joke. He was a real strong person. If anyone underestimated him, they would definitely be completely dumbfounded. He killed a 7th Revolution Eternal expert as soon as he made a move. Everyone knew what kind of situation this was. I'm afraid Lin Fei's good days are about to come to an end. I've received news that someone is going to attack his farm soon. I heard that there's a good thing on his farm, that is the so-called peach of immortality. I heard that one can be exchanged for 100,000 gold coins. Everyone, think about how many gold coins this guy has saved. It can't be. It's actually a peach of immortality. How can he have such a thing? We didn't even get the seed. Where did this guy get it from? It's so high. 100,000 gold coins. I can only sell things for a few thousand gold coins. It's really incomparable. They were all gathered here. Of course, they were quite unhappy. Who asked that Lin Fei guy to have so many good things in his hands? Now, even the Taurens had completely grasped it. If it wasn't for the Taurens, it wouldn't have mattered. But now, the Taurens had it, and there were other things. It was really hard to imagine. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't know that there was such a thing. He was still staring at his things with peace of mind. That was the fruit of life. The fruit of life was slowly changing. Naturally, he had to keep an eye on it. If he didn't keep an eye on it and it was taken away, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Although no one would come in, he couldn't be sure if something like that would happen. He had to keep an eye on it personally. Only by doing so would he feel better. After the 3,000 Taurens came back, they made a mess of the scene. With the arable land, he didn't have to worry about anything else. Lin Fei realized that with the Taurens, things would naturally be different. He could do a lot of things. Lilith also came over. Sir, this ginseng fruit will mature in at most a year. Lilith was now focusing on the ginseng fruit. As for other things, she didn't care much about them. That's good. We have to keep a close eye on these things. I think some people should have some ideas, and these ideas are aimed at us. I have this feeling that there will be people coming here to make trouble soon. After all, Lin Fei cultivated the grand fate art. The great art of destiny was naturally very powerful. It could be said that as long as it involved him, he would more or less be able to sense it. Those people probably didn't know yet. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't leave at this time. He wanted to see what kind of person was plotting against him. He actually had ideas about his big farm. Let's give them a good beating. Let them know how wrong their thinking is. Ding. Sign in successful in the heavenly Tao space. Received a mine. Today's check-in was quite different from before. The place he signed in today was actually a mine that surprised even himself. He thought that the check-in would be for something else. This was the real good thing. It was actually a mine. If it was other things, he wouldn't feel anything special. But this mine was different. My luck is quite good. I actually signed into this mine today. It seems that this mine should have a lot of good things. I have to take a good look. From the beginning to the end, he didn't feel any news about the so-called mine. In other words, many people probably didn't have this mine yet. But now it was different. He actually came to the mine. Then he could take a good look. Chapter 54:25. Such a mine appeared under the ground. Of course, Lin Fei went to take a look at it. This mine was located deep underground. He didn't expect that the ores in this mine would be so special. It was actually something called purple goldstone. Lin Fei only knew about it after looking at it. He was quite surprised, because this kind of purple goldstone was the most suitable for setting up a formation. Moreover, a formation that was set up using so many purple goldstones wouldn't be easily shaken by others. In other words, this mine was one of the strongest. Of course, it wasn't the strongest, but it could be said to be one of the top 3. Good Lord, the reward this time was quite good. He didn't need a guess to know that there should be purple goldstones like this in the Heaven Tao space. Hence, he called Neo E over. Neo E and the others were already free. When they saw the mine, they immediately became interested. Sir, just leave these things to us. We're not only good at farming, we're also good at mining. We'll be able to dig this place out for you easily. The reason why Lin Fei asked Bull One to come over was naturally to have him dig this thing out. It seemed like these guys were quite suitable for mining. At least when they started working, they were quite fast. The only thing was that it was a little different. This purple goldstone was rather sturdy. They needed special things to dig it out. However, Lin Fei didn't have anything, so he could only let them explore slowly. As long as they slowly explored, they would naturally be able to find more things. After a long time, they dug out the first batch of purple goldstones. These purple goldstones were quite special. One look, and he knew that it was quite valuable. It would be quite good to use it to set up a formation. At this time, he really didn't plan to set up this thing. After all, this thing could be sold. Hence, he felt that he could contact that person. That person might be interested. Deity also got the news as soon as possible. When he received the news, he was also surprised. That Lin Fei had actually come to find him. Good fella, that fella had never been so kind. Did something happen again? Regardless of the consequences, God came over. It would be good to see what this thing was and see if he could take advantage of it. As soon as Deity came over, he could feel that there seemed to be something else on his farm. But he couldn't see it clearly. The so-called means had been concealed. It was indeed a pity. He also knew that he wasn't paying attention to this thing or other things at this time. Let's see what the others can do. Taoist Lin, why have you called me here? Could it be that you have something good? Coming to his senses, he surveyed his surroundings. Lin Fei didn't expect this guy to come. He casually took out the things. There was a loud bang. A pile of ores appeared in front of him. I just got this thing. Take a look and see if it's useful. I think it should be quite effective for you. Deity was indeed shocked by the scene in front of him. This was the purple gold or used to refine the formation. It was a top-notch item. You had such a good thing. God really didn't care about other things. This thing was really pleasing to the eye. If you like it, name a price. I can provide a part of it. Lin Fei was also very straightforward. If there were too many of these things, it would be better to sell them. It would be different if he sold them to others. Didn't Deity like this thing very much? That couldn't be better. This thing costs 1 million gold coins a ton. If you're interested, you can take it. If not, forget it. After all, it's not that easy to get. Deity was still thinking about what price to offer. In the blink of an eye, this guy actually offered a price. 1 million gold coins a ton. It sounded like it was quite cheap. If it's 10 tons, I can give you a 20% discount. Chapter 54:26. Deity took these things away very quickly. This guy was quite rich. He took 2 tons at once. Deity paid 2 million gold coins. After he left, Lin Fei contacted Deity again. When Deity came over and saw the purple gold, he was shocked. He didn't expect to have such a thing. Without hesitation, deity asked for another 5 tons. 5 tons was only 5 million gold coins. They were quite rich. The last one took the most. He took 10 tons of purple gold, or that was 10 million gold coins. After 1100, Lin Fei had earned 20 million gold coins. It was quite surprising. He thought that these guys were reluctant to spend money. He didn't expect it to be worth it. However, the purple gold ore sales were much higher than he had imagined. In the following days, there was actually a power that came looking for this purple gold ore, and they all wanted it. He didn't have to guess to know that they must have spread the news when they went back. That was why they came immediately. In other words, they want to take away some purple gold ore from him. He didn't stand on ceremony with these people at all. He took as many as they wanted. He gave them all. In a short time, he had accumulated 50 million gold coins. 50 million gold coins wasn't a lot, as long as his life fruit or the second batch of Saturn peaches ripened. Then, he would earn more than what he had earned. He came to the sky screen directly. He started to see what 50 million gold coins could buy. Lin Fei didn't care much about the dangers he encountered. His current magic power was also very vigorous. No one had ever been able to force him to go all out. If those people dared to make a move, he wouldn't be polite. He would teach them a lesson. Now, he had to see what 50 million gold coins could buy. This is not bad. Although it's quite expensive, it should be worth it. Lin Fei quickly found something he could buy. The Devil's Pool. It could be bought with 100 million gold coins. This thing could hatch demons one by one. Of course, these were the most ordinary demons. Even the most ordinary demons had more combat power than the Tauren. Of course, their combat power was not used to fight, but to manage the entire farm. If they were lucky, some powerful demons would appear. For example, a one-winged demon, 6 or 8-winged demons, or even the legendary 12-winged demons. This one seemed to be a little too ferocious. Lin Fei did not think too much about it, and directly exchanged for such a demon pool. Let's see how lucky I am. The demonic pool was planted right next to the ginseng fruit tree. From now on, they would all be in this place. This area will be our headquarters. Lin Fei naturally placed them here. Everything else could be put aside. Lilith had also come over immediately, let alone Yi. This guy could also sense that this thing was different. It was truly ferocious. Sir, could it be that this thing can give birth to some evil things? Why do I feel so terrified after coming out? Right now, Hulk One's strength is also very strong, but he can still feel it. This place is quite different. If he really let them out, he will cause a big commotion. This is the so-called demon pool. Some demons will be born here. Some of them are powerful, while others are ordinary. Anyway, these things are quite useful. They can be used to guard the farm. Naturally, Lin Fei was not interested in other things. Of course, this demon pool was different. Not many people would be able to afford it. He was the first. Chapter 54:27. He spent so many gold coins to buy such a thing. Lin Fei cared a lot about it. No one cared about it more than he did. He wanted to see what this thing could produce. In the blink of an eye, the first thing that came out were some little demons. These little demons' strength was average. Of course, they were much weaker than the Tauren. These little demons actually had a certain use, which was to support the farms. Good lord, the effect was quite good. Their combat strength was average, but they were definitely suitable for the farms. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. A few more days passed. More demons were born. This time, the demons were different. They were actually female demons. The strength of these female demons had increased a lot. Most importantly, these female demons could even bewitch the Tauren. Even many Tauren couldn't resist it. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry after seeing this. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Initially, Hulk 1 felt a sense of achievement when he managed these Tauren. But after these female demons came out, he realized that it was difficult to manage these Tauren. It wasn't as easy as he imagined. These Tauren were easily bewitched. After being bewitched, they couldn't recover for a while. It made him feel embarrassed. But he couldn't do anything to these demons. What's the hurry? Isn't it better to use these female demons to train the Tauren, so that they don't only know how to farm all day long? Lin Fei came over. Hulk 1 didn't know what to say. Of course, Lin Fei hoped that these Tauren could become stronger. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to be bewitched by others in the future. Where else could he find such a good thing for free? The great demon that Lin Fei was expecting didn't appear. This made him feel a little surprised. This was completely different from what he expected. Strange, it's been so long. Why haven't there been any powerful demons? This is different from what I expected. Is there something wrong? The first thing Lin Fei did was to find the female demon. The female demons were quite smart. He wanted to ask them what was going on. Among the female demons here, one of them was quite powerful. Of course, he was much weaker than Yoi. However, he was already infinitely close to the eternal realm. In any case, it was not a big deal for him to not go out. Sir, if you want to obtain powerful demons, you will need a certain amount of resources. Only with a certain amount of resources can a certain amount of demons be born. As the female evil demon said so, Lin Fei knew why he said that. He also knew what kind of resource he was referring to. It was some powerful life force. Only some powerful life force could produce some powerful demons. Before this, Lin Fei had more or less pondered over it. It was just that he didn't expect to meet him here. It was really unexpected. With such a result, Lin Fei was no longer in a hurry. In any case, the demon pool could be placed here. As for the resources, there would probably be people sending them to his door soon. On this day, Lin Fei's brows moved slightly. He knew that those guys were preparing to make a move. After all, he was a special existence in this farm. Until now, they still couldn't see through him. But for many people, it wasn't a good thing for him to be here alone. They would definitely think of something. At this time, they started to make a move. They saw a huge array directly trapping the entire farm in the sky. Just like that, the entire area was turned into a patch of white fog. It seemed to be completely controlled. Chapter 54:28. The commotion caused by this action was not small. It was coming over. Indeed, many people were surprised. They noticed that the farm seemed to have disappeared in the blink of an eye. They all knew what kind of farm it was. It was the farm where the famous Lin Fei was. The farm wasn't considered big, but it seemed rather special and mysterious. It was completely different from an ordinary farm. There were many priceless things in this place. It would be fine if there weren't many things here, but the things here were definitely the kind that would make people's eyes light up after seeing them. Are you finally willing to make a move? I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Yes. Deity was naturally elated. He could even see it. The forces that were going to make a move this time should be quite strong. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as just one or two of them. To put it bluntly, these guys must have joined forces. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown up at this time. At this time, many people were probably paying attention to this side. He also came out at the first instance. My lord, I feel that this place has been trapped by a formation. Could it be that someone wants to attack us? If they are attacking us, we won't hold back. We'll just beat them to death. Wool One was quite hot-tempered. After all, he was very strong now. Coupled with his strong body and powerful combat power, he really wasn't afraid of these guys. He could even increase the combat power of the Ox Headman. He had already unlocked many things. Lin Fei smiled. Don't worry, they will definitely show up. Since they want to attack, let them attack. Although there isn't much here, we just need to protect the ginseng fruit and the peach of immortality. Since this guy dared to make a move, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't hold back. No matter what, he had to let them experience what it meant to be different. Otherwise, he didn't know how long these guys would be arrogant. At the same time, in the distance, a few people were paying attention to this place. Lin Fei knew these three people. They were the so-called celestial deity and sage. The three of them were all here. I didn't expect them to really make a move. This time, there are a lot of experts gathered. I don't know if he can win. That's hard to say. After all, that guy is too mysterious. But it's good to let them have a try. In this way, we can know how strong that guy is. Until now, we haven't found out the details of that guy. The three of them naturally couldn't see through this fellow. This guy was really a mess. Even now, no one knew what his background was. However, they couldn't do anything about it. They didn't dare to make a move. If they did, they would be the ones to suffer. Therefore, they decided not to make a move. At this moment, after the formation had taken control of the area, countless people had noticed the commotion over here. However, they were extremely excited. Finally, someone made a move against Lin Fei. This Lin Fei was quite mysterious and strange. His strength was unfathomable. Most importantly, he didn't even know where the things on the farm came from. Of course, they all worked very hard, but when they finally got these things, they were shocked. Only then did they realize that the things that Lin Fei had were far more than they had imagined. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A huge meteor shower came crashing down just like that. These meteor showers were really powerful. Moreover, they were extremely powerful. Every meteor was like a huge planet. It was as if they were really attacking. This was definitely not an ordinary formation technique. It was a top-notch attack technique. In an instant, it made people feel fear and nightmares. Chapter 54:29. This method was quite ferocious the moment it was activated. At the very least, it wasn't something that anyone could easily withstand. Moreover, it was aimed at the entire farm. Of course, it was also aimed at Lin Fei. He seemed to want to know just how strong this so-called Lin Fei was. If he couldn't even withstand this, then he wouldn't be able to do much. Of course, they also knew that such a move wouldn't work. In an instant, a gorgeous canopy appeared above their heads and directly blocked the attacks. These attacks were quite fierce, one layer after another. It was really fierce. However, such a simple layer made it impossible for him to break through it. Just like that, it arrived. This move only lasted for a short while because the other side's attack changed instantly. This time, the attack was different from the previous one. This time, the attack was really different. Streaks of black shadows came straight at him. These black shadows were different from the usual shadows. They were actually puppets. He didn't know when these puppets were made, but these puppets were very fierce. They could actually penetrate this simple canopy, which made Lin Fei a little surprised. This was definitely made of special materials. One must know that he had just used his mana to form such a defense, but it was actually easily broken. This was a little unbelievable. The person who made the move was really capable. However, these puppets rushed in very quickly. As soon as they rushed in, they showed their skills. These puppets quickly merged together and turned into a powerful puppet. This puppet was like a small giant. If one didn't see it, one wouldn't know. After looking at it, one would be dumbfounded. Its sword technique was like a meteor shower that kept bombarding over. It was really overbearing. Even the Tauren wasn't a match for this guy. It seems like this big guy is really capable. Although Lin Fei still didn't know who made the move, he could see it clearly. These guys were definitely quite capable. This force was also very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a move. At the very least, this puppet was pretty good. Moreover, it could enhance the surface of the puppet with a special method. In other words, it would not be affected by magic power attacks at all. Moreover, the strength of this giant had almost reached the peak of the 9 Eternal Realms. It was really incomparably powerful. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been able to barge in. These fellows were quite ruthless. Even if it was someone else, they wouldn't have such means. However, this puppet was just SOSO. Although it was quite fierce, it was still heavily injured by Lin Fei in just 2 or 3 moves. One had to know that when absolute power converged into an absolute attack, the puppet wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. He was blasted away. When it was blasted out, it almost fell apart. Once it fell apart, there would naturally be no power to speak of. This is your method. Then, Lin Fei's voice was heard. What other methods do you guys have? Don't dilly-dally like this. This will make me quite unhappy. Do you understand? Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but he knew that the people outside would definitely be able to hear him. With just this method, it was indeed just SOSO. However, he knew that these methods were just the beginning. There would be newer methods. Only then would these guys really show up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Fei, your mysterious and unfathomable methods are really powerful. Ordinary people really don't have such methods. You're one of the more unexpected ones. Finally, there was a sound in front. One by one, figures were standing in the sky. These people seemed to be a little different from the others. Because they were covered from head to toe in armor, their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Even if Lin Fei wanted to take a look, he found that the armor on these guys was quite special. It could resist inspection. In other words, unless they revealed their true faces, they wouldn't be able to see them at all. Chapter 54:30. The appearance of these people was quite surprising. Even Lin Fei was the same. He was a guy that they couldn't see through. Not to mention the sage of celestial being and the others in the distance. It was the same for them. They couldn't see through these guys either. They didn't know where these guys came from. At the very least, they were very mysterious. The few of them also looked at each other. They still couldn't figure out what was going on. Anyway, to them, these guys appeared out of nowhere. Most importantly, their methods were quite fierce. If their methods were powerful, it wouldn't matter. Their methods were quite domineering. This move was really too much for them to handle. At least, the three of them could feel it. These guys weren't as easy to deal with as they thought, especially the methods they used at the beginning. If their methods were good, it wouldn't matter. However, they couldn't see through their methods, especially the armor they were wearing. It was even more surprising. This was definitely not normal. It also made them realize that they weren't the only people in the heavenly path space. It seemed that there was something wrong with their calculations. It seems that this place isn't just us. They weren't very clear at the beginning, but now they could see through it. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. I know you're quite strong, but you're nothing in our eyes. So now, are you going to come out and accept our punishment, or do you want us to do it for you? It was a rather cold voice. This cold voice was indeed quite different from the others. Even Lin Fei felt that something was amiss after hearing it. These people shouldn't be from this world. It could be seen from the methods they used just now. If they were from this world, then their attack just now would not have been like this. It was really hard to guard against them. For example, there were a bunch of skeletons in front of them. They were the so-called skeletons. They were approaching this place. They seemed to be quite strong. They didn't come, but they attacked crazily. Finally, he could see it clearly. If I don't surrender, doesn't that mean that all of you are going to attack me together? If you want to attack me, then go ahead. I'm already prepared. Lin Fei wanted to see what these guys were capable of. He could tell that these guys were quite ferocious just now. It didn't seem like an ordinary force could compare to it. He was also very strong, so there was nothing to worry about. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. That's fine. We'll let you experience the difference. These mysterious black-armored people instantly escaped into the space. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of it at all. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. He had underestimated these guys. These fellows seemed to be quite ferocious. He actually couldn't sense them. Even when he tried to sense them, he couldn't sense them. In the end, he had to use the Great Fate spell to sense the existence of these guys. These guys seemed to be in another dimension. No wonder he couldn't sense their presence for a while. Could it be that these guys had brought a portable space over? If that was the case, they were really rich and overbearing. The skeleton warriors had already charged over in an instant. Very fast. It was so fast that people couldn't even react. They directly appeared outside. The skeleton warriors quickly went to the edge. They were the so-called vines. The vines also quickly launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, these skeleton warriors instantly broke through the defense line. Chapter 54:31. The might of these skeleton warriors was indeed quite formidable. At least, that was what he thought. They charged all the way over. On the contrary, the Taurens couldn't sit still. They directly dashed over. They were faster than anyone else. They directly used powerful methods. They were invincible. Lin Fei didn't stop them from going over. Anyway, they didn't think that it was a big deal. It wasn't bad to fight them. They could see how strong these skeleton warriors were at that time. At least, they didn't see anything when they looked at them just now. They could feel that their methods were indeed extraordinary. Compared to ordinary methods, they were indeed very different. No wonder these people were so confident. Hulk One was quite ferocious. He directly smashed these skeleton warriors into pieces the moment he made a move. This guy's strength was quite strong. Not to mention, he had a certain amplification effect. These Taurens made a loud rumbling sound. These skeleton warriors were beaten to the ground and even directly smashed into pieces. However, Lin Fei soon realized that these skeleton warriors seemed to be endless. Even if they were smashed into pieces, they would recover in the blink of an eye. It was like there was no end to it. This was definitely the real human wave tactic. Such a human wave tactic wasn't something that could be seen all the time. At least that was what happened now. It wasn't that easy to deal with these skeleton warriors. Just look at the Taurens now. Although the Taurens were domineering and invincible, facing so many Taurens, they seemed to be unable to keep up. As time went on, they would definitely lose. Just this point alone proved that these skeleton warriors were quite domineering, quite ferocious. It would have been fine if you had said something ordinary, but these words were really quite ferocious. If they were to fight, not everyone would be able to beat them. Lin Fei, I know that your subordinates are quite powerful, especially this Tauren. He actually has an amplification effect. However, it's impossible for you to defeat these skeleton warriors. They aren't as easy to deal with as you are. This is just the beginning. The person on the other side spoke again. His voice was very cold, but it was filled with endless confidence. It seemed that this could prove one thing. The power of these skeleton warriors was definitely beyond imagination. With a loud rumbling sound, more and more skeleton warriors appeared. Lin Fei had also figured something out. It turned out that these skeleton warriors could actually split up. That was to say, after killing one, two would appear. Two would become four would become six. The scene was getting bigger and bigger. It was no wonder that these fellows were endless. It was really ferocious. At the very least, the Tauren and the others felt great pressure at this time. It was completely different from before. At that time, the Tauren was quite excited, but now it was different. He felt like he couldn't beat them. These Minotaurs did feel a certain amount of pressure. Moreover, the consumption of energy was exceptionally large, even if they were more powerful than ordinary demonic beasts. But at this moment, it seemed like he could stand to the side. The skeleton warriors here were the most ferocious. It was a real sea of people. He had finally learned something new. At the very least, this was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a situation. Lin Fei waved his hand and told Hulk One and the others to retreat. After all, he knew that there wouldn't be a good outcome if they continued. It was better to let them retreat first. Hulk One and the others retreated right away. Retreat. Those skeleton warriors directly charged at them. They were really domineering. It seemed like they were going to continuously beat them to the ground. Just these things, how strong can they be? Chapter 54:32. These skeleton warriors were indeed ferocious. It could be said that they were ferocious beyond belief. Just like that, they directly attacked. As soon as they attacked, a wave of power swept over them. It wasn't an ordinary speed. It was truly ferocious beyond belief. It directly swept them away. In an instant, they were turned into so-called fragments. No one would be able to withstand it. Only those who were far away could feel how strong this so-called Lin Fei was. There was a loud rumbling sound. Along the way, almost none of the skeletons could withstand it. They were directly killed. Not a single one was left. Every single one of them was completely wiped out. Lin Fei just stood in front of them quietly. Like I said, the strength of these guys is just SOSO. You guys really don't take it seriously. What other methods do you have? Just bring them out and let me have a good look. Otherwise, I think you guys won't have any chance to make a move. Just like that, Lin Fei walked out. He looked at these people quietly. These people were exceptionally strong and ferocious. The human wave tactic was very terrifying. It was also very, very powerful. It really wasn't something that just anyone could casually withstand. Only people like Lin Fei, who had strong combat power, could withstand it. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Those people's expressions changed slightly. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could feel that there was a huge change in their heartbeats. Only they themselves knew how strong this person was at this moment. It was indeed a lot different from what they had imagined. His strength was indeed very strong. If they really attacked, it would be different. They would really fly up fiercely. You are quite strong. We have really underestimated you. So, we will definitely take out our real big move. There was a loud rumbling sound. They saw an illusory figure appear, just like that. After this illusory figure appeared, it directly covered the sky and covered the sun. Everyone could feel how terrifying this thing was. It was top-notch terrifying. No matter who it was, they could feel it. How can there be such a thing? I've never thought that something like this could exist. They had never seen such an existence before. It could be said that in an instant, he felt incomparably powerful. This power was something that everyone could feel. Of course, some people could tell what it was. This was a top-level existence, a powerful existence. It could be said that he was very, very powerful. The moment this phantom appeared, the scene was incomparably terrifying. Everyone could feel how powerful it was. This kind of strength was completely different from other kinds of strength. This kind of shadow directly came down with a loud rumble. It was as ferocious as Mount Tai. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. Just like that, he made people understand what was called difference. At this moment, something truly invincible appeared. What could be more ferocious and different than this? Absolutely not. Lin Fei only needed to raise his hand to easily deflect the attack. Only he knew how strong he was at this moment. The phantom couldn't be seen clearly, but one could feel that it was quite dangerous. This danger could be said to be the kind that directly enveloped them. It didn't look like anything else. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly. You do have some tricks up your sleeves. I didn't expect you to even take out such a fierce thing. I have indeed underestimated you people. If I'm not wrong, this thing should be the so-called heroic spirit, which is the heroic spirit left behind by the top expert in this space after he died. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to summon it. Lin Fei wasn't a rookie. Naturally, he could feel it very clearly. These things were summoned from here. These people should be the so-called black art of cultivation. Chapter 5433. It could be said that this hero spirit was quite powerful. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's powerful mana, he wouldn't be a match for these guys at all. He would probably be beaten to the ground in an instant. Many people in the distance also came back to their senses. It seemed like that was really the case. If it was something else, they might not think much of it. He felt that Lin Fei's strength was indeed quite terrifying. It was quite powerful. If it was something else, it wouldn't be a problem. However, this thing was quite different. No matter who it was, they could feel how terrifying it was. Of course, more importantly, they could feel that these guys weren't pure guys. They were quite ferocious ones. In other words, they were the so-called dark sorcerers. Only dark sorcerers had such abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such means to summon this thing. The heroic spirit continued to bombard them, again and again. Although Lin Fei had resisted countless times just now, it was somewhat impossible to break through his defense. These people were quite domineering. They actually summoned it again. It was completely different from before. Another so-called hero spirit was summoned. This hero spirit used a huge axe to make a loud rumbling sound. It directly smashed down. It was different from before, but also made him realize one thing. That was that this hero spirit was indeed quite fierce and powerful. With two coming down consecutively, the pressure suddenly increased. It also made many people feel the pressure. The pressure was really quite obvious. But to him, this was really nothing. Your strength is indeed quite strong. I don't know if there are more. Can you summon more? That way, I can save more effort. Lin Fei's words made their faces change slightly. After all, at this time, they could clearly see what the situation was like. These guys were indeed quite fierce. The two hero spirits came down with a loud rumble. One would be able to experience the difference. It was really extraordinary. All of a sudden, Lin Fei made his move. His move was an attack that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It landed directly on the wall. The bombardment was enough to make people feel that something was different. Initially, the black armored man didn't think that this guy would have any tricks up his sleeves. However, after a while, he realized that there was something different about him. The valiant spirit was actually killed by this palm. It was really a little unbelievable. What was this? He was actually beaten to death just like that. Lin Fei has killed two heavenly Dao heroic spirits and obtained a heavenly Dao medal. After these two heroic spirits were killed, a scene that made people feel like they were quite powerful appeared. A dazzling object fell directly in front of Lin Fei. It also made many people secretly feel a little nervous. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. What was this heavenly Dao medal? It actually said that it could only be obtained by killing a heavenly Tao heroic spirit. It was indeed unbelievable to them. It was as if he had just had a dream. If it was something else, it would be fine. But if it was this thing, they couldn't figure it out for a while. On the other hand, the men in black armor were dumbfounded. Until now, they were still confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. That powerful existence was actually killed just like that. It really felt like a dream. This guy actually had such strong strength. It was really unexpected for ordinary people. The two of them could summon this thing. That was quite a difficult thing to do. If they wanted to continue summoning it, it would basically be impossible. It seems that the two of us still underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. It was still the same hoarse voice, but it obviously had a different tone. He made a big contribution for them for no reason. Chapter 5434. Naturally, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. He reckoned that these guys were the most anxious. Just now, he had displayed an incomparably powerful strength. 2 hero souls have been destroyed, so one could imagine what they were feeling right now. They were definitely in a terrible mood. He had killed this so-called heroic spirit and obtained a heavenly Tao medal. This thing was a little different from other things. It was really quite good. Although he had not seen the specific use of it, it was definitely not something simple for the heavenly Tao to reward it like this. He was quite clear about this. If you have the ability, then come up and let me have a good look. If you don't, then you can stand aside. Lin Fei did not go out. These guys were indeed quite powerful and cunning. If he foolishly took the bait, he would probably suffer a big loss. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago and would not have waited here. Lin Fei decided to face his opponent's movements without moving. If they had some tricks up their sleeves, then he would make a move. Anyway, he would not suffer any losses. You're quite strong, but as long as you hand over everything in the farm, we won't do anything to you. Especially the peaches of immortality and a legendary ginseng fruit. I think you'll be willing to hand them over, right? The voice of the man in black armor was very cold, but it was very loud. At this time, everyone heard it clearly. Perhaps they did not feel much about discussing this thing. However, some people quickly went to check it and found that they could actually get back 100,000 gold coins. All of a sudden, their eyes lit up. What was most inconceivable was that this guy was actually infected with the so-called ginseng fruit. Of course, they knew that this thing was not simple. However, they did not even have enough seed from where they got them. But this guy was good. He directly obtained the seed. There was really no harm without comparison. The price of his ginseng fruit was incomparably high. It was really high to the extent that they were drooling. Now, they finally knew why these people were rushing to this place. It was because they were capable. If they could snatch this thing, they would definitely have a big harvest. Even if it was some other powerful forces, it was the same at this time. He was more or less surprised in his heart. I didn't expect this guy to have so many good things. If it was just any random thing, they wouldn't care. But if it was such a good thing, then it was completely different. Lin Fei was quite surprised as well. He didn't expect these guys to know about this, and even know about the immortality peach ginseng fruit. It can only be said that these guys were quite capable. If it wasn't for some special means, how would he know about this thing? While he was pondering, he began to study the heavenly Tao medal. As soon as he studied the heavenly Tao medal, he knew what it was. It turned out that this was a powerful defensive formation. It could be used for 3 days. Within 3 days, nothing could break through it. This made him quite happy. This thing was really useful. Without any hesitation, he opened the Heaven's Path medal. A powerful defense was immediately activated. They surrounded the entire farm. Then, Lin Fei's voice floated out. Don't you guys want to attack? Go ahead and attack me. I'll give you a chance. I hope you don't miss it. Otherwise, it will be a waste and a pity. Then, Lin Fei's figure disappeared. This scene caused many people to secretly frown. The situation was a little different from what they thought. This guy actually left just like that. Was he not afraid of the people in black armor attacking? At first, they didn't see it clearly, but in the blink of an eye, they saw it clearly. It seemed that the so-called Heaven's Path medal was a formation. No matter how the people in black armor attacked, they couldn't break through it. It was really shocking. It was really unexpected. Chapter 5435. Lin Fei's actions really made everyone dumbfounded. They didn't expect this guy to get the so-called heavenly Tao metal and directly use it as a formation. He directly used it. He didn't seem to be worried that it would be a waste after using it. Anyway, to the people in black armor outside, they were a little dumbfounded. They came in a menacing manner. In the end, they encountered a scene that made them feel incomparably terrifying. They actually got slammed at the door just like that. On the other hand, they lost 2 heroic spirits, which was not a small matter. It was definitely a big matter. Anyway, they were quite helpless at this moment. After looking at each other, they instantly left. What was supposed to be a spectacular battle was resolved just like that. It was the same for the onlookers. They were really happy for nothing. He cursed and left, thinking that he could pick up a bargain, or rather, fish in troubled waters, as the legendary so-called fishing in troubled waters. But now, they realized that they were thinking too much. It wasn't fishing in troubled waters at all. They couldn't even put on a show. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. These guys knew from the moment they arrived that they would have to settle things with a result. In the end, they left just like that. It was really disappointing. He thought that this guy would ruthlessly come. In the end, he realized that this guy was not good at all. Of course, their strength was also quite good. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't dare to believe it. Okay, do you think this guy will come? He looks quite mysterious and quite ordinary. I don't know where he came from. Nioi also came over. He had clearly experienced that there was no luck and there were no clues. It was as if these guys appeared out of thin air. These guys were indeed quite terrible. These guys are really not easy to deal with because he is different from others. This kind of person is really difficult to deal with. Lin Fei smiled, but it doesn't matter. They don't dare to have too many tricks up their sleeves. That's it. In 3 days, either they come or they don't. But if they come, I will definitely teach them a lesson and let them know the difference. Lin Fei wasn't really worried about this. If these fellows came, there was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't use any tricks from the beginning to the end. As for what these fellows were capable of, he knew a little bit. Very soon, this world would be very different. It was just as Lin Fei had thought. 3 days later, these guys really didn't come. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. This was quite a surprise to everyone. These fellows would continue to attack, but in the end, he realized that he was thinking too much. These guys didn't dare to make a move at all. Instead, a special force was formed. That was the so-called Dark Farm. If it were anything else, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the Dark Farm was different. However, after this Dark Farm appeared, another one appeared in the blink of an eye. That was the so-called Guang Farm. It was indeed inconceivable. Previously, there was darkness, but now, there was light. If one didn't look, one wouldn't know. One look and you'd be blind. Sir, it seems that this space is getting more and more interesting. Both Dark Farm and Guang Farm have appeared. Moreover, these 2 farms are very powerful. They took down a lot of people in one go. Bull 1 came to report as soon as possible. After all, he was considered a part-time job now. He kept inquiring about the situation outside. However, the situation outside didn't seem to be right. It wasn't like what he had imagined. Isn't this very normal? There are definitely more of them than you think. Moreover, there are only 2 of them now. There will be more later. This place is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 5436. After what happened to Lin Fei's farm last time, no one dared to make a move. Even the Dark Farm wouldn't be able to take it down in a short period of time. One could imagine how strong they were. The stronger they were, the more there was nothing to worry about. He just had to do his own thing. It was as simple as that. Everything else could be put aside for now. However, the things he received from signing in were quite ordinary. The ginseng fruit was getting closer and closer to maturity. He paid a lot of so-called merit points, but the effects were quite obvious. Originally, he would have to wait for a while longer, but after this incident, he didn't want to waste any more time. He felt that there was no need to wait any longer. Thus, he decided to play some tricks, which was to let merit grow. This merit points was quite useful. As long as he had this merit points, some of the things in the farm would grow a lot faster. Compared to the past, there was a huge difference. The entire farm was filled with the aura of the ginseng fruit. Although it wasn't ripe yet, He could hear the crisp sounds coming from the trees. It was like children talking to each other. It was quite interesting. Lin Fei also cared a lot about this thing. One had to know that this thing was quite important. If it was anything else, it wouldn't matter, but this thing had to be taken seriously. There were already many people outside. Even a few days ago, there were people who came to find out how much this ginseng fruit was worth. Lin Fei didn't plan to sell it at all. He definitely had to keep it. It would be good to eat one when he was free in the future. He heard that this ginseng fruit contained powerful magic power. Magic power was completely different from other things. It was really magical. This thing soon appeared in front of him. It was really very beautiful. With just one look, he knew that this thing's taste was really top-notch. He couldn't find a ginseng fruit that was more unique than this. Lin Fei was already standing under the tree. When he saw these ginseng fruits, his eyes narrowed. It was finally going to mature. Good stuff. What else could be better than this? There really wasn't. At least, he wouldn't be able to find it in a short period of time. If it was anything else, Lin Fei really wouldn't be interested. But this ginseng fruit was different. He easily took it. The taste of this ginseng fruit was quite different. Just one mouthful was enough to make the magic power in his body undergo a huge change. It was really incredible. This one was far more ferocious than Lin Fei had imagined. Before he had eaten it, he didn't have any ideas. But now he had a lot of ideas. He definitely couldn't miss out on so many good things. All of them had to stay. It was just that simple. He had to eat it himself. Of course, Neo, Yi, Lilith, and the others also experienced the wonders of the ginseng fruit. They also ate a lot of food, which made their eyes light up. However, just this one made them feel different. If he allowed them to continue eating, they would definitely not be able to take it. After eating one, they all went to refine it. Only Lin Fei could withstand it easily, digesting a ginseng fruit in the blink of an eye. Then came the second, and then the third. The fruits on the tree fell into Lin Fei's stomach one after another. It could be said that their lives were truly wonderful. Before he had eaten it, he didn't think much of it. But after eating it, it was completely different. This was the true delicacy. Basically, most of the ginseng fruits were eaten by him. It also made his magic power incomparably thick. There seemed to be a huge change compared to before. This change was quite obvious and could be seen at a glance. In particular, this magic power even contained a divine aura. It was indeed very different from the past. What was top? This was the real top. 7,017K. Chapter 54:37. After this batch of ginseng fruits matured, Lin Fei's strength improved greatly. This improvement was the kind that could be seen. No one knew how powerful this thing was. After this batch matured, he waited for the second batch. After all, the second batch would take some time. If there were a few more batches, his magic power would become incomparably strong. This magic power was different from other magic power. It seemed that this ginseng fruit was quite good. As for what level his strength had improved to, he felt that it should have improved a lot. It was different from before. It was a pity that he hadn't met any so-called experts yet. It was indeed a little disappointing. Although the people in this Heaven Dao space were quite strong, he didn't think that they could affect him in any way. What he had to do now was quite simple. That was to wait and see what the Heaven Dao space would become in the end. There was a brief period of peace, and nothing happened. However, Lin Fei could clearly feel that there was something different. If nothing goes wrong, there will be movement soon. Lin Fei could clearly sense the dangerous aura. It came just like that. This dangerous aura was quite obvious. It made Fei feel exceptionally motivated. If he didn't have the motivation, it would be fine. But with motivation, it was different. At least he could move. He had snatched so many merit points and produced so many farms. Naturally, it was very different. This process finally came half a year later. Indeed, he was extremely shocked. He could only see streams of power descending upon him in an instant. After falling, everyone felt that there was something different. It was as if the power in their bodies had been sealed. Then, there was a huge turbulence in the entire space. Such a turbulence was really a mess. Everyone could feel that this was different. There was really no feeling if there was no difference. That's strange. My strength seems to be faintly disappearing. Although my magic power is incomparably strong, it is still greatly affected. Damn it, what is the Heaven Dao space trying to do? For the first time, Lin Fei couldn't figure out what the Heaven Dao space was trying to do. Although he had heard from God that there was a secret here, he still doubted it. Now, he felt that there was no need for him to suspect anything. This place was truly terrifying. He could feel that this space had expanded infinitely, and at the same time, his strength had been sealed. It was as if he wanted to turn this place into an ordinary small place. This was definitely an incredible thing. Even if you seal your strength, I'll still be the strongest when the time comes. Lin Fei quickly stopped thinking about it. Thinking about it was a little vexing. He knew very well what kind of situation he was in now. No matter what happened, it had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, some people began to panic. They had no choice but to be anxious. After all, it was obvious that his strength was being suppressed. Such a situation was really hard to believe. This was the truth. All of them were a little anxious. It was fine if you said you weren't anxious, but things were different now that you were anxious. The commotion had been going on for a long time. During this period of time, even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. If it was something else, it would be fine. But this was quite a headache. His strength had been sealed. These places were getting bigger and bigger. It was as if the world had been enlarged. In other words, there would be more and more people coming. Chapter 5438. Lin Fei was still guessing. He thought that this would end soon. In the end, he realized that he was thinking too much. It actually didn't end in a short period of time. This continued for 2 years. Sign in successful in the world of chaos. Obtained mysterious yellow energy. His words came at the right time. The notification for today's sign-in was also very different from the usual ones. At the very least, it was a world of chaos that he had never heard of. He didn't know how big the world of chaos was. In the past, it already felt like this. But now, it seemed that this was truly different. It was the kind that really made people feel that it was unimaginable. Mysterious yellow energy. In the blink of an eye, it entered Lin Fei's body. Then, there was a huge change, and this change was quite obvious. His body had a certain level of strength again. That's right, it had increased a certain level of strength. It was completely different from before. Before, he could still feel it, but now, it was the same as being able to resist a certain level of the seal. This kind of situation was very rare. At the very least, it wasn't like before. This made Lin Fei a little happy. It seemed that this should be considered a small flaw for the heavenly Tao space. No, it was now called the world of chaos. What could be more exciting to him than this? He really didn't think about it. Anyway, to him, this mysterious yellow energy could change his strength a little. Then, no matter what the world did, he had nothing to worry about. It could affect some things. Of course, the entire world of chaos had also changed a lot. The space continued to expand. Mountains, rivers, and seas appeared one after another. There was no end to it. It was as if there was no end to it. There were even some special places that appeared. Now, he finally understood why there was a farm. The things in the farm, the so-called merit points, could finally be used. After some of the power swept over, it turned into a terrifying attack. Only the power of merit could resist it. In other words, they used merit points to exchange for some treasures to resist. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Thus, they entered the 10 years of suffering in the world of chaos. This was also caused by them. These 10 years could be said to belong to this world of chaos. All kinds of powers were running amok. Without a certain foundation, it was impossible to persevere, not to mention being directly eliminated. This situation was quite common. At the very least, they had experienced it before. Even Lin Fei himself was the same. His foundation was considered solid, but the consumption was also quite large. Fortunately, he had a ginseng fruit tree and an immortal peach tree. More and more gold coins were being exchanged. Naturally, he would be able to construct a powerful array formation to resist the elemental attack. This resistance lasted for 10 years. 10 years later, another powerful ray of golden light swept through the area and discovered that there was a huge gap between them. Everyone's strength seemed to be suppressed to a certain extent. Even Lin Fei was the same, but he found that his strength was only suppressed by 50%. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be the same. Even if he only used 50% of his strength, he would still be exceptionally powerful. There was no need to even mention his body. After obtaining the heaven and earth chi, his body had been greatly improved. There was nothing else to worry about. Then, everyone heard a voice. The world of chaos has begun. If you can become the overlord of this world of chaos, you will be able to obtain the ultimate reward, the heavenly reincarnation Tao. This voice wasn't very loud, but it fell into everyone's hearts, shocking countless people. Those who didn't know might not know what it was, but those who knew were all breathing heavily. Finally, the most anticipated scene appeared. Chapter 5439. What was the heavenly way of reincarnation? Many people were surprised by this. Even Lin Fei felt the same way. He was also quite surprised. He had never heard of it before. He could clearly feel that the so-called heavenly way of reincarnation was definitely not an ordinary thing. Maybe this was the secret of God. This was the top secret. The next second, he should know what the heavenly way of reincarnation was. It turned out that the heavenly way of reincarnation was a very powerful thing. It could allow one to undergo reincarnation cultivation once. In other words, in a special world of reincarnation, they could cultivate again and their strength would be superimposed. Now, Lin Fei finally knew why even the people above came down. It was to snatch such a thing. It was definitely a really good thing. The sound he heard faded away. As for how to be the overlord, Lin Fei had some idea in his heart. He wanted to be the strongest in order to be able to do it easily. If he didn't become the strongest, he wouldn't be qualified at all. It seemed that the so-called big battle royale was about to start. Everyone's strength was temporarily sealed. This was also the reason why everyone's strength had more or less changed. But this was nothing to Lin Fei at all. The first year of the chaotic era began. Everyone knew what the heavenly way of reincarnation was. They finally knew why some people would make arrangements in advance. It was to come down and strengthen the heavenly way of reincarnation. If they could get their hands on this item, it would definitely be a top-notch item that would make their eyes light up. Sir, doesn't this mean that the big battle royale within 100 years will be very fierce? But this big battle royale seems to be a little different. Hulk One was quite a considerate fellow. He could see it too. The current situation was indeed a little unusual. In the past, the farm with more gold coins and merit points might have a lot of advantages this time. Lilith also came over. They all knew what was about to happen in this space. It was the so-called Big Battle Royale. This Big Battle Royale was really a little different from the others. It's fine. Let them fight it out. Anyway, we won't get involved here. Let's just plant things and harvest gold coins. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, immediately, he felt that something was different. In the next second, he arrived next to the sky screen. Just now, he actually saw the sky screen refresh. He was right. It was time to refresh. When it refreshed, there would naturally be a lot of items appearing. He wanted to see what he could get this time. So that's what it is. No wonder it requires so many gold coins to buy it. Even if you use merit points, you can buy the items that respawn inside. I have to say that Heavenswell is quite good at manipulating things. He's just like a businessman. To think that some puppets would appear in the beginning. Some of these puppets were strong, while some were weak. For example, archers and axemen. It was a very primitive state. Of course, he could also add certain skills to these archers, axemen, and even broadswords. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Good lord, this was completely different. It was really the start of a big battle royale. The more gold coins a person had, the more puppets they could buy. Their combat power was also getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei wondered if he should buy some. With his strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, there were thousands of torrents. There were no more torrents that could be sold. The strongest should be this archer. I have to buy the archer. I have to buy the broadswords too. It seems that I have to spend money. He had to go back and see if the ginseng fruit could be sold. The archer was 100,000 gold coins each. The broadswords were 500,000. Chapter 5440. 100,000 for an archer wasn't expensive. Lin Fei bought 1,000 archers. It was just 10 million. Now, it was a little expensive for a broadsword user to buy one for 500,000 gold coins. He directly bought 100 of them. That was 50 million gold coins. Whether it was an archer or a broadsword user, one could feel that they were different after buying them. It could be said to be quite ferocious, but they were a little weak. Then, Lin Fei knew how to operate the archers and broadsword users. They had to go out and fight constantly to slowly improve them, or they could buy some skills for them. Good Lord, he was really calculative. He wasn't in a hurry. He could sell the next batch of ginseng fruits. Then he could get a lot of gold coins. That way, he would be able to upgrade these archers and saber wielders. Half a month later, a chaotic battle broke out, and some of the smaller forces were immediately swallowed up. Deity Sage's Dark Farm, Radiant Farm, and even some other farms appeared in a frenzy. Deity Sage's Dark Farm, Radiant Farm, and even some other farms appeared. Their methods were very powerful. They expanded their manpower immediately. They also knew that expanding their manpower was equivalent to building a foundation. Almost every day, it was possible to see people being eliminated, and there were also people who were recruited. Lin Fei's side was quite quiet. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was very strong. Although everyone's strength was greatly affected, no one dared to guarantee what level this guy's strength had reached. If they were unlucky, they didn't dare to say anything. If possible, they really wanted to test how strong Lin Fei was. After all, Lin Fei had ginseng fruits. He could buy a lot of puppet archers and broadsword users. Some of them were even other things. It was time to harvest another batch of celestial peaches. Lin Fei was naturally interested in the heavenly path of reincarnation. His current strength had indeed increased to an extremely high level. If he could reincarnate again, he would be even stronger. However, he wasn't very clear on how the heavenly Tao's reincarnation worked. However, he had to get his hands on this thing to play with. The others knew it was so crazy. 100,000 gold coins for an immortal peach was pretty cool. In one go, he had obtained tens of millions of gold coins for Lin Fei. This time, there were so many immortal peaches, but he didn't eat any of them. It was directly used to exchange for gold coins, which were used to purchase the so-called skills. The archer immediately gave them a hit mark. If an archer couldn't hit the target, it would be the same as being blind. Moreover, these primitive archers could only hit a few points on the target. But after buying this hit, it was completely different. It could reach a maximum of 100%, which meant that there was basically no deviation and it would be a direct hit. However, it would cost quite a lot of gold. Lin Fei directly gave them 10 points. Any archer would have a hit rate of more than 10%, which was indeed not low. As for the broadsword, it was even easier. He directly added a strength. As for this, where did Heavenly Tao get it from? Lin Fei wasn't very clear. However, one thing was clear. This guy was quite good at operating. Looking at the current situation, it was really not something that anyone could withstand. It could be said that the bigger the farm, the more gold coins it produced,